Alright, and I believe I'm now ready to go. Alright, well, welcome aboard, everyone. Welcome aboard. Today, in case it wasn't obvious, we are flying from Heathrow to Baltimore, and we'll do some job searching and whatnot during the flight. So anyway, we have an off block scheduled for about half an hour now. We only need about 10 minutes of that, so we are expecting an early departure. Let's go ahead and quickly take a look at Navgraph. You can ignore that flight. Import from SimBrief. Let's take a look here. So we're gonna go to Compton via a 27 right departure. Then up and around. I think we're on a northerly nat track today, and then we are come in from the north of Nova Scotia, down, and then of course into Baltimore. Yeah, for us should be a relatively smooth flight. Let's quickly take a look at the charts. Let's see here, winds. Not seeing anything of too significant. Might get some slight turbulence as we are actually over the Atlantic, but I'm not seeing anything too significant. Let's see here. Any kind of maps of the fronts or anything? No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything too significant for today's flight. In terms of weather, overall, it looks like a fairly calm flight. Yeah, I mean, not seeing anything. I mean, there might be a slight build up to the south here, but we're not going to the south. We're going to the north. So, right, overall, should be a relatively smooth flight. So let's go ahead and do the flight deck to get some power on. Deer is taking the triple today. You can go get the AP one now. So anyway, the one app I forgot to get up is SimMap Pro. Let's do our dead flight controls check real quickly. Yeah, whilst I have the chance, and whilst we have a few minutes, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna add a curve to the triple, because I think it's more important for me to have a flaps. I think it's more important for me to have flaps 25 than flaps 30. So we're going to quickly adjust the control here. Hardware settings. It's this one, right? Yes, it is. What I'd like to do here is perhaps that. Let's see here. What does that do on this front? Flaps 15.
Runway awareness. Okay. Meters.
Let's see here. I just went to no, that's a bit too much. Yeah, I'm just trying to and then there we go. Yeah, I mean it's far more important for me to have flaps 25 than flaps 20 in my opinion. Oh, I do still need flaps 20. Oh, if it's like that for right now. I mean, we have 15, and we are in the 777-300. All right, anyway, let's go ahead and hop into the FMC here. Put it in it, and copy over our thing. Let's go ahead and request our data from SimBrief. What departure are we on for tonight? Let's see. You're departing via runway. Really, you're not right is it's being used in real life. Yeah, we can take 09. Yeah, we can take a 09 right departure. Which means it will.
Charlie, fully established,
Left. It'll be a Compton 5 Juliet departure, even though they would never actually put that in. It'd be. Yeah. Right. Route. Request. Sim brief. Set payload. I'll add a few minutes. I'll add a few tons of fuel onto that moment. Yeah, let me get all this in. I'll add an extra 3 or 4 tons if you want that. FS actions, fuel. So it's 7. Currently we have 70. We have 70.5. Let me make that 75. 100 kilos in terms of fuel. All right, departure. Yeah, this first up. Cement Pro. This is like the second time that Cement Pro has just like straight up quit on me. Wonder if there's something going on with Cement Pro. No, I'll just go ahead and run the update now for Cement Pro. And I mean, we have some time before we need to be ready. Can go into the route. Activate the route. We are on a 09 right departure. Compton 5 Juliet.
To 7 left.
Route. Accept. VNAV, well, 340, that seems about accurate. Downloading updates for Snap Pro. There it goes. Right. Let's see here. Route. Right, and route. Yep. Performance. That's already been accepted. Good. All right. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, just updating Cmap Pro. Still updating Cmap Pro. Hopefully Cmap Pro will not quit on me like that again. This is the second time it's done it to me in a few flights, in the course of 2 flights. So, all right. Anyway. Come on. There we go. There we go. All right. In terms of our METAR says wind 350 degrees 005 knots, variable 31003 0 degrees. QNH is 1019. Set. Okay, let's go ahead and throw the flight directors on. LNAV. VNAV can go on. Runway heading 409 right is 089. Okay, 089, and then what is our takeoff performance looking like? 09 right. We can do flaps 15. Let's run flaps 15. No, wait. Takeoff weight will be that. Two. No.
Either, try to be ready every time if it get it wrong. Alright, what if we were... I think the flaps 15. Disable improve climb. Yeah, flaps 15, that works. Right. And that's still assumed temp as well. Assumed temp 46. It is a takeoff minus, it's a dare to takeoff, so it's takeoff 1, so 10%, sorry, 90% takeoff, 90% full power, which is standard. Assumed temp 46. Flaps 15. Center gravity automatically calculates, and it's going to be 158. 160166. All right, not bad at all. Not bad. So in terms of the departure, the Compton 5 Juliet departure which apparently they don't actually use. They just give you a vector. They just give you past London to DME. Turn right on whatever heading this is. Right. Anyway, our initial climb is going to be 6,000 feet. Yeah. That all makes sense. So, that is all looking good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this show is flight number 229, operating Speedbird 22 Bravo, service now to Baltimore. The overall the flight looks fairly smooth. We might hit a slight bump as we go oceanic, but nothing too significant that we're expecting. It should be a relatively smooth departure as well. I mean, it's only a few knots of wind, so that going for us. Thank you all so much for flying aboard British Airways today. We should be in the air. We're gonna push back in about 2 to 3 minutes. For right now, I kindly ask any ground crew to please vacate the aircraft as we are about to begin our pushback. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, welcome aboard. Okay, nav. Oops. And the current time is 1:28 Zulu, 9:28 Baltimore local, 2:28 in the morning, Heathrow local. Overall total flight time for today is roughly about 8 hours. Hoping to have everyone at Baltimore roughly around 5, maybe 6 a.m. Baltimore local. Hopefully no longer than about that. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with us. We bit 60 in the air. Thank you. I just need the wind real quickly. Why do I feel like this thing's had a shitty update? Why do I feel like this thing has had a very, very, very shitty update? There we go. Load. It hasn't. Just somehow had that. Alright. Stand 5, 4, 3. We're going to push and start face to the south. Ground connections are running quite early. Release the ground power. Remove the chocks. Let's run through the checklist real quickly. Did all that. Parking brake. Oh no. Parking brake is set. Oh no.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Brief flight concluded. Did all those. Before start checklist. And you got beacons on now. Oh, alright.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Should be 166.
Locking gear.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, 777-300, stand 543, push and start now, facing south, Heathrow.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, go with the hydraulics on, now get the fuel pumps on. I'll be damned if we don't have any fuel in the center pumps. Go number 2 first. What do you mean we're not able? Let's see. Yeah, we're cruising at 340. I don't know why it's complaining. Cruising flight level today is 340. So very, very low. Yep, we can insert that flight news guy. Taxi lights on. Turn off lights on just for the visibility. Go transponder to above.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set. Parking brake is set. Let's do our flight controls check. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right.
Unlocking gear.
Full up. Full left. Full right. Alright.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Check the transpoilers.
Left is clear.
Checked.
Right is clear.
Alright, go flaps to 0 now. Very crucially, check all the flaps. Okay, very crucial. We do that. Alright. Taxiing now. Holding point November Bravo 11 for runway 09 right via Alpha and Yankee. And if we haven't shit this point in time, we can just go ahead and turn around. Autobrake RTO. Let's quickly do our before taxi checklist. Okay, let's go ahead and quickly hit the recall button. Recall, nothing, anti-ice, fine. Flight controls check. Flight controls checked. Running point clear. Before taxi checks complete. Right. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, taxiing now, holding point November Bravo 11 for runway 09 right via Charlie, Alpha, and Yankee. Heathrow traffic. In the meantime, at New Sky, let me just quickly check you. Yep, yes, you are in fact started. Strobies on now before I forget those. And why not? Why not on the landing lights? The 777 rules the world. Just no other way to put it.
KLM 2505, taxiing holding point runway 27 right.
California NFC crossing runway 27 left and taxiing also to holding point runway runway 27 right.
You're taxiing behind you, sir.
Copy.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, lining up now, runway 09 right. Heathrow. Wind 384. Yeah, wind is. Yeah, oh yeah. It is slight tailwind. That's what.
On runway 09 right. Flaps! Flaps!
Shut up. I'm setting them. Yeah, they're not technically wrong. But I was under the impression that 09 right was actually the departing runway. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, taking off now at runway 09 right on a Compton 5 Juliet departure. Initial climb altitude 6,000 feet. Heathrow traffic.
Heathrow traffic, California NFC you have SR cross runway 09 right.
Thrust set. Toga. Takeoff 1. Assume temp 46. Airspeed live. In knots. Feet 1 and rotate. Pause right. Gear up. Oh, I had to work for that takeoff. I had to work hard for that takeoff. Flaps in 2-5. Either traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, airborne now passing out to 2,000 feet. Compton 5, Juliet departure. Initial climb is 6,000 feet. Heathrow traffic. Put the rest of the flaps in. To the autopilot on in a moment. Autopilot on. Alright. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Flaps are in. After takeoff, check this complete.
Heathrow traffic, California NFC landing up and getting runway 27 right.
It's got unrestricted now. 340. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, continuing climb now, unrestricted, flight level 340, passing 5,000 feet now. Heathrow traffic. Bye-bye, Heathrow. Bye-bye. Standard pressure. Proceed direct to Compton. Estimating Baltimore 854 Zulu, which is not bad actually. 854 Zulu. That's what time is 854 Zulu? My time. About 5 a.m. So a little past 5. That seems about right. Yep, that seems about right. Passing flight level 100 now. We can go landing lights off. Switch the APU off as well. Estimating Baltimore now with 21.3 tons of fuel. First step climb is not for a very long time. First step climb is to 360 at 418 Zulu. It's about 3 hours, so that's what we get when we are in a super heavy jet. You're in a super heavy 777-3. Pretty odd today. We are 16 miles to Compton on present heading. Yep, 15, 16 miles. That's what we are. Let's try to push that up a bit. But at 843 Zulu, estimating 20.1 for fuel. That's not bad. We're gonna make our cruising today at decimal 8.5. Though we may increase to decimal 8.6 if we're able to, but I'll wait until we're at cruise in order to make that decision. Tonight's in-flight meal is, I don't know, because I have to go upstairs to find, I don't know what tonight's in-flight meal is. So. Oh, come on. Wow, the bastard forgot to clock out again. We should write his ass up. We have direct Didza. Speedbird 22 Bravo, direct Didza traffic. This thing is this thing does have a very good climb rate today, though. I will give this thing that. This thing is doing a climb very, very impressively. It's climbing without incident and without any issues. All right. Yeah, once we're at cruise, I'll go ahead and make a decision on whether or not we should try to push this thing to decimal 8 to 6 in terms of cruise, in terms of our speed. I'm inclined not to say that, though this thing is beyond capable of it. We'll see how far it pushes us to the barber pole. That's what it'll depend on how far this thing pushes us to the barber pole. Three 403 is 04 knots. 290 is yeah. Winds did definitely change in the 09 right direction. Sorry, in the 27 direction. Whatever. Whatever. But 13 miles to yeah, 13 miles to top of climb. Yeah, 13 miles to top of climb. Effective 13th of June. They expanded Heathrow's runways recently. I can tell. It's effective 13th of June. I mean, one of these runways used to be... The northern runway used to be... Actually, the northern runway was 11... Sorry, was, I think, 12-3. And then the southern runway, I think, was 11-2, I think. They've increased this runway length by, I think, about nearly by 1,000 feet each. Yeah, they've increased the runway length. I can tell. Can't believe I'm just noticing that. Let's see here. We are about 10 miles to a top climb. Get our oceanic clearance in a few minutes once we've made a decision on our Mach speed. If I can push this thing to 0.86, I'm going to. I just don't know if I can. I don't know if I can push this thing to 0.86. If you know what I mean. So we're doing 8 for now. Let's see. We will see if we can push this thing to 8.6. I would love to get this thing to 8.6. See how far would 8.6 push it. Ooh. Saves us 6 minutes time though. That gets us in about 5 a.m. for the arrival. I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, let's push it to 8. Yeah, let's push it to 8.6. Yeah, that works. Meantime, let's go ahead and get our oceanic clearance on request. That track. What's our maximum we can... Yeah, right now, our maximum we can accept is 340. And we are, let's see here. I think we were on Echo. Why do I get the sense we were on Nat Track Echo? Nope, we're on Foxtrot. Shenwick. What's our ETA for Tobor? We're gonna try to get right. For Tobor, 1 hour. So 0300. T13. Alright, oceanic clearance. Got it. We now have permission to cross the Atlantic Ocean. Estimating Baltimore with 19.5 tons of fuel. Which is actually not bad. I mean, and that's on the high side as well. I mean, it gives you an but that's on on the high side. That's like on the high side of what you'll actually consume. So really we're estimating Baltimore with good 21 tons. I'm gonna estimate about 20 tons of fuel. Which is fine. I'd rather have for Baltimore especially. I'd rather have more fuel than not, because if you're on the east coast of the U.S., we tend to get some pretty gusty winds, and especially in the afternoons, we tend to get some pretty significant thunderstorms. And the nearest suitable diversions, it's not like Heathrow where you have like Manchester 20 minutes away, right? The next best suitable diversion, well, 777 can get anywhere, but I mean, if we have a line of storms coming down the East Coast, your best suitable diversion might be 2 hours away. Best suitable diversion might be Charlotte or something. Right. I know it might be Charlotte. It might be Boston. Right. It might be a good hour and a half away. I think we have certainly. I don't know if we have. Have we diverted to Boston before? No, we've certainly considered diverting to Boston. But I mean, yeah, sure. Do you have Dulles? I mean, we're from Baltimore. I mean, we have Dulles, 2 minutes away. But the issue with that is that Dulles is usually, if it's a diversion due to an equipment failure, then okay, you're going to Dulles. But if it's a diversion due to weather, Dulles is going to be affected by the same shit, and 9 times out of 10, Kennedy is affected by the same shit as well. And so, or at least Kennedy will be affected by the same shit by the time you get there. And so it's a matter of, okay, what is then the next suitable diversion that's not Dulles, Kennedy, or that's not Dulles, Kennedy, or Philly? Because Philly is also affected by the same shit. And if Philly and Kennedy are affected, then you can guarantee your literal arse that New York's going to be covered by it. And so you add all this up. It's like sometimes for Baltimore, your best suitable diversion is literally going to be Boston, or you could go out as far out as Pittsburgh or Cleveland, right? Sometimes your best suitable diversion for Baltimore is Charlotte or Boston. So especially, I'd rather take a lot more fuel, arrive into Baltimore with maybe 19 tons of fuel, and then that right there gets me to pretty far. I mean, 19 tons that'll get me to Miami if it had to. Right. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of fuel. Costs a lot of money. But I mean, for an airport like Baltimore, you certainly want that extra fuel. You certainly want to be able to make a sizable diversion if needed. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna push it to 8.6. We're actually doing it slightly faster right now. We got a 91 knot headwind. But anyway, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. I will need to step away at some point for some house cleaning. But I'll wait off on that. I will wait off on that. Let's see here. Any news? Go ahead and turn that down. Actually, real quickly, I'm gonna go ahead and go put in this direct 2 because I think it's I don't see a reason why I would not do this direct 2. I want to go direct from Slammy to. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Our first oceanic waypoint is 5330 north, 02000 west. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna go direct, but over the ocean. I don't like doing direct 2s, and the reason for that is because your GPS systems need something that they can check themselves against, right? You might drift by maybe 10 miles, or as much as 5 to 10 miles off course if you were to do like a direct 2 from October to 54 north, 030 west. Right, they do slightly get off course, especially after about 500 miles. So what I always like to do is I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice in that, but I don't really like doing direct 2s on that front, just for the sake of, okay, it means we can probably get off relatively easily if we had to, right? These give us good reference points of, okay, this is the direction. Okay, we've crossed this waypoint. We are set. Oh, we are half a mile off. Okay, we have a point now. We can correct that, right? Yeah, direct 2s over the ocean just don't make sense to me. Maybe we've done them in the past. We will do them if we need to, but yeah, I would prefer not to. Now, direct 2s can work for long distances, though, but only over land. You have to remember, there's nothing out here in the middle of the ocean. There's nothing. There is precisely nothing out here over the ocean that would be in any way, shape, or form useful in terms of navigation, aside from the 040 north is 0 or 54 degrees north, 040 degrees west, right? Rather, here when we come on land. Reason that I'm fine with this is, okay, let's see here. We have, let's get a VFR. We have VOR1. We have a few VORs here. Oh, no. Don't really have any VORs there, but I mean, see here, we have this airport here, which has VOR at it. We have, so that's one reference point we can use. We have this airport here. We have Munton, which has a VOR, and we have St. John, with, you guessed it, a VOR. Probably have a few ADFs around here as well. Yeah. We also have a bunch of waypoints here. You get my point, right? I mean, this will tell me if we're on track or not, and the aircraft will automatically fix it, or will automatically fix itself if it is off track. So, and then obviously this is a nothing. That's 120 miles. That's nothing. So, but anyway, there you go. That's just my preference on stuff. Yeah. So anyway, if I had a clean cup, I would grab some tea now, but I don't. I'm gonna not grab some tea right now. Baltimore, 0 wind. It's actually fairly good weather right now, Baltimore. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh, you know what's sad right now? What's really sad right now is runway 28 is out of use right now. This whole runway right now is out of use. This will be our first time arriving into Baltimore without runway 28 in use. I've been told that for VATSIM it's going to be controller's discretion on whether or not they simulate runway 28 being out of use. I've been told that it'll be controller's discretion. I don't know how true that is, but officially right now, if we were to look at NOTAMs, yeah, let's quickly take a look at NOTAMs, which I probably should have done before we left. Let's see here. Baltimore, let's see here. Baltimore, Romeo, taxiway Romeo 1 is closed. Where's that? Oh, right here. No, that one's a bummer, but whatever. Oh. It's not actually a bummer. Because, yeah. Let's see here. Uniform 2 closed. What? Uniform 2 is closed. No, great, you all cannot say this. Why is everything closed at Baltimore right now? Right, taxiway uniform between from 1 and taxiway Charlie is closed. This is closed. Taxiway uniform 1 is closed. Taxiway Charlie run pad for runway 28 is closed. Sorry, Charlie for run. Okay, so this is closed. Taxiway Victor is closed, which is a little loop. Taxiway Foxtrot between ramp and midfield cargo is closed. So where's that? Between or text between maintenance and midfield. Damn, why is everything closed at Baltimore right now? Like, why is it's like seriously? I mean, but right now Baltimore, it's like everything is closed for some reason. Um. Let's see here. Right. So these are actually, oh wow, so these are closed all the way through October 6th, all the way through October 8th. Let's see here. Takeoff minimums and obstacle departure procedures. Let's go. No, it's only 3 left temporary crane, 405 feet from depart. 292 feet, right of the center line. Okay. That's to January 18th down. Only 15 right, 3 left. Yeah, marking is south side obscured. Okay, good to note. Tan can VOR. Or check unusable. Okay. Procedures. Runway 10. IELTS runway 10 is out of service. IELTS runway 28 is out of service. Let's see here. ILS. Okay, ignore that. It's not anything. We got runway 33 left. Simultaneous approach authorized. Okay. Runways, let's see here. You know, unserviceable. It's broken out of folder. Right. Runway 15 right. Pappy is out of service. Runway 28 out. ALS out of service. Runway 10 ALS out of service. Runway 10 Pappy out of service. Runway 1028 runway language system out of service. Runway 28 Pappy out of service. Runway 1028 closed until October 8th. And then looks like 15 right, 33 left needed the same treatment after 28's after the maintenance over here on 28 is fixed. So we're done. Great, that'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be fun. So, but yeah, no, through October 8th. On October 8th, they'll get runway 1028 back. So, October 8th will be October 8th will be an interesting time for me. So, I don't happen to have any on there. Oh wait, I do. I do. Have sesame chicken. So, I'm gonna go cook this in the microwave upstairs, and I'll be back in about maybe 5 minutes or so. I have returned. Some fully cooked. Sesame chicken now. Fully cooked apparently. See if this is any good. Not awful. Not awful. Welcome aboard to Everton. Welcome aboard. You are flying the 777-300 ER off to Baltimore from London Heathrow. Ooh, can I click on these? Boo. Boo. just watching the very, very extremely, I think it came within about 300 feet, close call at Atlanta. Here's a the VOS aviation guide to say about it. As a European pilot. Okay. Too many, so many errors in basic phraseology. Okay. Number one. Okay. Cleared to land. Traffic is exiting. I don't care if they're exiting until they cross the bar. Their tail leaves the runway strip. There is no bar. The runway is still occupied. Okay, so that's number one. Say responding to RA, controller must shut up or acknowledge the communication with Roger and leave TCAS to do its thing. Okay, that's number two. When TCAS is over, or no longer a threat, pilots should state clear of conflict. And both of them should. No weird wording, just stick to standard phraseology. That would avoid unnecessary questions later, such as, are you still responding to RA? So, that's his thoughts. And I would agree. I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree with all that. Now, that's one of those changes that the U.S. needs to make badly. Cleared to land should mean the runway is clear for you to land. Okay, it should not mean, oh, the runway is clearing for you. Oh, you're allowed to land, but it's at your discretion. No, cleared to land means the runway is clear to land. Okay. Not any of this extra bullshit, right? If you need to go around, go right. I mean, obviously, it's the pilot's discretion on whether or not to go around. But cleared to land means the runway is clear for you to land. Not this bullshit of, oh, you're allowed to land. Oh, we've gotten our money, so we're not allowed to land. No. That needs to go away immediately. That shit needs to go away immediately. Cleared to land means runway is clear for you to land. Okay. I mean, I don't know when the U.S. is going to change. I don't know if the U.S. will ever will change. But I feel as if we're getting to a point. Okay, how many incidents have we had just within like the past 3 years that have said, I mean, when are we going to learn? I mean, be honest. When is the U.S. going to learn? Okay. When the fuck are we going to learn? That clear to land means runway is clear for you to land. Not these Super 22 Bravo number 3 traffic will depart prior to your arrival. Runway 33 left clear to land bullshit. No, we don't need that. As a pilot, I don't want that. I want an indication that the runway is clear for us, especially in low visibility conditions. Don't need any of this bullshit, right? I mean, but how many incidents are we going to have before we learn? Clear to land means runway is clear for you to land. You should not get a number 3 clear to land clearance ever. Ever should you get that. No, I mean, notice, the rest of the world doesn't issue those. Why does the rest of the world not issue those? Because they don't work. Because that's not what cleared to land means. Cleared to land means means the runway is clear for you to land. Cleared to land does not mean you are necessarily allowed to land, though that comes with the runway is clear for you to land. Okay. None of that bullshit. Seriously. Let's change it. Let's change it. I mean, seriously. I mean, I understand the controller stress point, but okay. We have... Okay, why... At a certain point, we have to put safety above everything else, right? My question is why? I mean, if we're struggling to keep towers staffed, then at what point in time do we need to start to take a backlog on flights, right? At what point in time do we need to do that? And I want to argue pretty damn soon. So anyway, let's go ahead and continue with a mid-flight check-in. We are direct to our oceanic waypoint. Let's see our fuel centers. Oh, no, oh wait. Until those are down to half a ton. That's been Baltimore 841 Zulu. Yeah, these winds have been a little stiff. A little stiffer on the winds than I think initially expected.
Heading to France.
Alright, we'll do some job searching in a few minutes. Oh wait, about 5 minutes though. Okay, but I have about 5 minutes of work I have to do first, actually. I'm gonna actually do that now. About 5 minutes of work or so. Nothing too much. Drive. Hmm. I just have one setup to finish up. They apparently lead 4 out of 5 shifts, which is it'll be fun. Have someone straight up quit. Is douchebag out for the first week, or are we just assuming he's going to spend it between now and then? uh. I mean, seriously, this douchebag is really, really close to getting fired. I mean, I think he knows it as well. 5 to 8. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Why the fuck is it only me in terms of... Oh, that helps me out. That helps me out. Okay. Back up. Oh, first off. David. I don't have anyone else good to bag though. Shit. If they were. Oh. Stream. Welcome aboard, Jefferson. Welcome aboard. Let me see here. So I'm just trying to think here. Alright, that works. That works. Alright. Sorry, just, Oh, nice. Nice. How's your shift? How's your shift there, man? Now we're out of fuel in the center pumps. Sorry, just doing a bit of work stuff, which now done. Oh, good, good. My shift is interesting today. We had a significant IT outage. 3 damn weeks. Damn, that's brutal. Damn. Damn. 3 weeks. That's. I mean, I've gone. Actually, I don't think I've ever done 3 weeks without working. Damn. Means either one of three things. It means A, they've been too busy for proper training. B, they don't like you, which I hate to say it. Good possibility. Or C, they're trying to reprioritize. So, but yeah, that's so awful. I remember, we just laid off, two people, two new people who were not meeting our standards. Then we have higher standards than others. So there's that. But there are two employees. Oh dear. You see, you move with urgency. You work hard. You clean. You do what you're told. You should be fine. You should absolutely be fine at a fast food restaurant as long as you move with. One of them is the head manager. Is the head manager's favorite. Ouch. Damn. Go apply to Chick-fil-A. Go apply to work for us. See how you do in this interview. Oh. Well, tell them you're an aviator. And tell them that, you do everything by the book. Yes? Do everything by the book. You have an engine failure. You'll do that by the book as well, and you will not panic. That's what you should tell. That's what you should tell them. In other words, tell them to shove up their ass. Because anyway. Anyway. No, I gotta put the color. I gotta put your color back on you. The buddies right next to me and you had a bath, which you did not like. Oh, in case you're wondering what happened to the other webcam, I mean, uh-oh. See, am I? I just pulling on it. Settings. Deactivate, activate. There we go. I have another webcam here which ended which ends its life, so and iron. Oh, damn. Two people fired. Okay, well, the second one I can understand. I mean, we laid off one person this week for kind of that, for being really slow. I mean, there were other things. I mean, it's not that they were just slow, but I mean, they weren't following our core 4 standards. I mean, they've been getting 2 shifts a week for 3 months, and they've been they're clueless. So, okay, I'm not gonna lie, mate. You might not be in the best work environment then. Might want to consider going to somewhere else. Or applying to other places. See if there's a Chick-fil-A nearby. They'll grab you up. As long as you're respectful. As long as you're respectful, have a smile on your face. Which I don't, because I wear a mask everywhere. One COVID idiot who does that, so. But as long as you're respectful, as long as you can prove that you can work with urgency, as long as you smile during that interview, Chick-fil-A locations will probably pick you up. Yeah. I cannot recommend enough how good my current employer's been to me. Which is a Chick-fil-A location. It'll be sad for me to leave them in 6 weeks or so. I think it is actually down to 6 weeks now. What's here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just over 5. Sorry, just under 6 weeks. 5 weeks, 6 days. So. Yeah. Well. Yeah, no, for Chick-fil-A, as long as you show up on time, as long as you at least try. As long as you move with urgency, you'll be fine. I mean, that's how I grew the ranks, and I mean, now 93 not a lot of separation between us. Oh, and yeah, I see you now. Here, can I see you? I know, making the turn. Damn, it took a while to get to that waypoint. Damn, it took a very long time to get to that waypoint. So, I'm pushing this thing hard for speed. Yeah, I mean, I used to be better at getting to work early. I used to get to work about 40 minutes early. Nowadays I am for about 10 minutes early. Some days it's as low as 8. I think I've only been late twice. One of them was because I got stuck behind a snowplow for like 15 minutes. Now this winter, and then the second time was I woke up. I stopped through my alarm. But both those times I was only like 5 minutes late. So I've only been late twice in 3 years. So some of us have been late like 15,000 times. So I don't know if that's you or not. Good. Yeah. Both those times that I was late for work, I had done my due diligence, and I had called the store head to say, look, I'm going to be late by X amount of time. Yeah. 2 to 5, that's not bad. I mean, I work, I mean, we do 8 to 8. So, usually I get off about 9. About 8:30, 9 o'clock, depending on the day. Depending on how 7:50 to whatever it does. 7 to close. Now that's a nice one. That's a nice one. No, I'm right now, and I gotta talk to him because we've done a few bits of hiring recently, but we haven't necessarily found anyone for evening closing. I mean, but right now I've been the main, especially this upcoming week. I'll be the main closing shift lead. I have 4 out of 6 days this week. I am the closing shift leader. So. Oh, really? Okay, these I want to hear. But no, I have to talk to them this week. Be like, look. I mean, I know you're trying to get rid of this other guy, but you're gonna lose both of us here. I mean, this other douchebag, and I mean, truly and utterly a douchebag. Should be more over there now. This other douchebag is awful. So. Had a clown car That seems very, very interesting. Seems very, very, very interesting. Fred, what flight mode are you at? You're at, okay, that's fine. You're gonna be up. Oh, on this distance, it won't make that much difference. Oh, there you are. I can see your contrail now. Don't know if it's loading in, but there you are. And maybe I can adjust. Let's see here. Performance. $100 nautical miles. You know, okay, I could at least see your contrail. How much separation do we have between us? Oh, 40 miles. Well, now you're over here somewhere. But probably because you didn't have your line lights on. That's probably what it was. Alright, let me go ahead. Before my system gets cooked, let me just go ahead and tune that back down to 30 nautical miles. I'll make that 28 actually. So anyway, we have this douchebag. He's the other night shift team leader or shift leader, and three people total. Everyone except the driver of the second vehicle jumped into one vehicle. Damn. Like 20 items. What happened? And you said they were all clowns. Were they all absolute clowns? No, that's interesting because we had a bit of a rush right as we were closing as well, which caused us to get about 20 minutes behind. So. Oh, good. People who do that shit should not be allowed to eat at fast food ever again. But anyway, so this other shift leader, I mean, I've had to write him up like 15,000 times. I mean, okay, I've had to write him up like 7 times, at least. And he almost got written up again today. And tomorrow when he goes in, he'll be getting a write up. And it's all for various things. But we have a rule that says we don't fire anyone unless they're still in training until they've received at least 3 write-ups for the same thing. And this guy always pushes it. He always pushes it to the limit on that front. Where we'll give him 2 write-ups for the same thing. And then he'll actually learn. So I'm just waiting for him to slip up again, which I'm thinking could happen this week. And then he gets a 1-week suspension, which unfortunately means for me that I have to work my ass off. And then after that, if he continues to do it after that, then I mean, depending on what it is, we'll have a meeting about it at that point in time. We'll probably decide we'll probably decide after his 3rd write-up that if he gets another one, he'll be fired. We have people who could potentially become my replacement if they were to offer me a really good deal then I might stay. Then I might say I can stay through the end of the year if they were to offer me a really good deal. I mean, maybe I could stay until through October. Don't really want to stay any time after that though. I mean, I know my flights are booked, but we got flex tickets, which means we can just. Essentially, that means is we can move the flights and just pay the difference up until 24 hours before we fly. That is. So, right now I have a few emails, some train tickets from Reading to Manchester. Well, my dad's coming with me for the first 2 weeks. I mean, it is just me moving over there, but my dad's helping me out for 2 weeks. So, but anyway, we will see what happens. Right now, I have a few emails, potential place, and just some tickets up to Manny. To try to lose, and I mean, outside of that, I mean, like, if I need to push it, I can. Now, once I get my place, once I get my place, which been looking strongly the past few days, inquired about a few places. Once I get a place to live, then all that goes away. So, and my date becomes firm. So, my date becomes actually like beyond firm now at that point in time. So, the move it's going. Fry, you want a PC? Because I haven't been able to sell it yet. You want a desktop PC for? I'll give it to you for $200 if you want to pay for shipping. Actually, I have it right here. No, not sold it yet. It's not bad. I mean, could be better, but let's see here. It's in the old case, which don't know how much I should off. I don't remember how much I should off during it. Oh yeah, easily. I started the channel on this PC. This very PC I started the channel off on. In its exact same configuration. It's an RX 580. Yeah, it's an RX 580. Ryzen something. So all good. 16 gigs. Is it 16? I think it's either 16 or 32 gigs. I think 16. Yeah, 16 gigs of RAM. So, okay, maybe not the best on that front, but it's DDR4, so it's not the expensive it's not the expensive DDR5 right now. I'll send you a DM of the details. All good. You have a laptop or a desktop right now? Because it'll be laptop. All right. I know you have a 3050 or whatever, so maybe that's. Do you have your PC spec somewhere for me to look at, and I'll tell you if it's an upgrade or a side grade? Or maybe there we've had other. Let's see here, Discord. Oh, any builds doing a Malta. But I mean, it'll be MSFS 2024 capable. Now you might have to run it at relatively low settings, but it will be capable of it. But I think your current PC, if I'm not mistaken, is already capable of it. Yeah, if you give me your CPU and your graphics card, I'll tell you if it's an upgrade or not. So. This HP Victus 15. Alright, let me look this up together. Why is this? I gotta. This webcam is wildly overexposed. This webcam is wildly overexposed. I don't know. Alright, HP Victus 15. Here, let me tell this to configure video one more time. Camera control. Oh, great. Wait. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. There we go. Fixed. Alright. 15. Foxtrot Alpha. See. So i5 12500H. Okay. So 16 gigs. RX 3050. Check RTX. Here, let's see here. But I heard that okay, are you able to like enable like developer mode or something real quickly? I'm curious about something. Curious if you have the 6 or 8 gigabyte. I'm curious. Do you have the 6 or 8 gigabyte version? Let me turn down the exposure one more time. All right, so if you have developer mode on, then what you can do is, here, I'm gonna go ahead and switch this off. Right. If you have developer mode option, and this is 2024 and 2020, then if you were to hit up here, you can go into options, or sorry, debug, display FPS. I think, here, I'll go ahead and pause this real quickly. Go into settings. I think it'll be under advanced options. Under general settings, I think it'll be under advanced options. And then you'll have this bar up here. Which you can, by the way, auto hide. If you go into options, auto hide bar. And then you can go to debug, display FPS. And it should give you your, it's this that I'm curious about. You could also, if you don't want to necessarily enable developer options, which I don't see any reason why anyone, aside from to see FPS, I don't really see why anyone would want to enable developer options. You might want to go into Task Manager. And take a look. You got it open. Alright, so if you want to send me a DM, so if you want to send me a quick little screenshot of this, so go to debug, display FPS. If you just want to send me a quick little DM, I don't even need up here. I just need this bottom part here where it says GPU memory. Then I'll be able to tell you, is it an upgrade or not? Right. GPU memory. Oh, yeah. I see that. Okay. During forbidden main thread. So you're okay. So this tells me. So what this tells me here. First things that this tells me is that you are. Wait 1 second. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. So this tells me here is A, you are main thread limited, like the rest of us. But what it also tells me is that you have next to no VRAM. And so Windows will take, so the way that VRAM works is Windows will take its cut, and then this is what you have left. When running MSFS, ideally this number should be as high as possible. Now I have a very, very, very beefy graphics card, which I spent $700 US on, by the way. And so I have 20 gigs of VRAM, which I've never reached. I've never needed all 20 gigs, but I'd rather have it. So keep that in mind. I'm running right now. Right now I'm using 9.5 gigs of VRAM. So I'm gonna assume then that you have a 6 gigabyte card. Because I mean, Windows will take its cut, but it won't take that much. If we can, I think we can confirm in Task Manager. Yeah, if you just want to open up Task Manager, so start menu, right click, Task Manager, then Performance and GPU. We can quickly check. We can quickly confirm. So dedicated GPU memory. See how it says 20 gigs. And right now I'm using about 12 of it. So it'll just be GPU 0. If you have integrated sorry. If you have integrated graphics, you will see 2 GPUs. Okay. one of them will say Intel something something. The other will say NVIDIA whatever. It's the NVIDIA one that I'm curious on. Now, I don't have any integrated graphics in my current system because I have a relatively high-end CPU. Right. The integrated graphics in mine just doesn't exist. A lot of CPUs, especially on the lower end, do have integrated graphics, which is good. This PC here that I'm, just this dedicated GPU memory. So this dedicated GPU memory. So whatever is after the slant. That doesn't make sense. Is it a new laptop? Because it's... Oh, because it's a laptop GPU. 3050 laptop GPU. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, the system would definitely be an upgrade on the VRAM front. Because this thing would have 8 gigs of VRAM. Because this thing has a something. It has an RX 580 8 gig. Now keep in mind that you would not have DLSS, which DLSS on your system probably makes a massive difference in terms of performance. So you would not have that. So I mean, it'd be a side grade. It would. For reference, I have 5 times more VRAM than you, and granted I don't touch all my VRAM and spent $700 on my graphics card alone, but now it is also worth noting that VRAM is not everything. I mean, the CPU also matters a lot. So you can see right now we're doing pretty good in terms of frames. So, yeah. Okay, well, I used to... this is the kind of stuff I used to do daily for like 3 years straight. And then I moved on to cybersecurity, at which point in time I did... At which point in time with cybersecurity, moved more into the networking side of things. So think routers, switches, all that stuff. Think your home internet kind of stuff. Then I hated cybersecurity and stopped the tech part of my life. That wouldn't be a horrendous idea. Depends on how much you have saved. I mean, I'm not going to say that the system would exactly be an upgrade. It'd be a side grade. I mean, you get a bit more VRAM, but you'd also lose some of those NVIDIA features. So, yeah. I transplanted my PC the day before Across the Pond. I transplanted my PC from this old case into this current tower. I don't know. There you go. Yeah, that seems about right. That seems about right. My biggest limitation now is actually memory limitation. So I'm main thread limited, but I'm also memory limited right now. And the reason I can tell is I'm using 2/3 of my memory. My main thread is rendering frames at approximately 25-ish milliseconds. My GPU is rendering them at about 13. But my memory right now is, the allocated memory is 22 gigs. So well, how many applications do you have open right now? Because I have vPilot, the Sim, OBS, Chrome with 15,000 tabs open, Novagraph, New Sky, VatSim Radar, Cement Pro, MobiFlight. So I have 9 different applications right now. I have a set climb to level 360 in 40 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of applications open as well. So now, I was on a flight with David from Helsinki to Heathrow Thursday morning. And I think these numbers were a lot lower. So, I mean, it felt smooth all the way down. I was in the A340-300 from any builds. So. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. If I can't sell this computer, I mean, eventually I'll probably just have it shipped over, and then eventually it'll just turn into a streaming PC or whatever. My mom, I live in my mom's house right now, and stuff will stay here. So. Yeah, Discord does use a lot of RAM. Discord is not friendly on resources. So. Alright. So I bought a new phone, and this is a story. Which we'll get to in a moment, actually. Trey, have you ever bought a phone off a back market? Which is a refurbished website? Okay. Well, I'm going to give you some advice based on my recent experience with them. Don't. So, Wednesday night, by the way, I finally got a new phone. Wednesday night. After bullshit happened. Alright, so here's what happened. Okay. Sunday, we have a few leaks in the house. Or, I have a few plumbing projects I want to finish up. Or I wanted to clean up. Had a few leaky bathtub spout things. Had a small leak under the sink. And so I used my Galaxy as a flashlight for about half an hour. It's completely reasonable for me to do. Is in a case, so right. Sunday about 11 p.m. Well, immediately after I finish up, I noticed my screen is having some issues, just in terms of like touch and stuff. And then Sunday night, around 11, my screen begins to like go entirely. I mean, I was lucky that I was able to do as I was lucky on that I had noticed that the screen was beginning to go, and I was able to get a phone on order when I did, because otherwise I would have been fucked. Okay, I was able to transfer all most of my two-factor codes over to my iPad. Right. So Monday and Tuesday I had an iPad, and that was like my mobile device for those 2 days. So Sunday night, after I realized, oh shit, this screen is about to go, I placed an order through Back Market for a Pixel 9 Pro. A refurbished Pixel 9 Pro, fully unlocked, in good condition. Right. Wednesday, it arrives Wednesday. I go to set it up. Go to get Mint Mobile set up. One issue. It's locked to a carrier. As in, I can't get Mint Mobile set up on it. This time, I've gone through 3 days of not having a mobile phone. I have I have stuff to log into, which sends stuff through SMS. Is a pain in the metric ass to have to deal with it. But so I ordered a locked phone, or sorry, I ordered an unlocked phone. Got one that was locked to Verizon. This cost me $500. This phone. So I got fucked from Back Market. After talking to the guy on the Verizon, or after going through another person's phone, after talking to, with the Verizon guy on my on my mom's phone, eventually get an answer on why is this phone locked. It turns out that there's like a balance or whatever that the old owner had that wasn't paid off, right? Standardized thing, right? Only the one who owns the plan can unlock the phone, and unlock it from a different carrier, or unlock it to other carriers, right? So, in a panic that I'd have to go another freaking day without a phone, I'll look into your second PC in a moment. Tell you what it's like. Probably it's a 3. It could go that way. I'll take a look at it in a moment. So anyway, in a massive rush, I call my dad up saying, "Look, all my money is in this bank, which only does two-factor codes through SMS, which I can't access right now. Oh, that by the way, that bank is Ally. Really good interest rates, but shitty on security, because any cybersecurity guy would tell you, don't SMS two-factor codes are not recommended anymore under any circumstances." So, but anyway, was able to convince my dad to buy me a new phone until I can get this money back. So what phone did I end up with? I ended up with a Pixel 10a, which I think is a really good phone. Ended up getting a Google Pixel 10a. And overall, so far, past few days, I'm actually kind of impressed with it. For reference, before I had the Galaxy, I had a Pixel 7. I had a Google Pixel 7 before the Galaxy. And that thing, the Pixel 7 was a good phone. Biggest issue, though, with the Pixel 7 was the camera glass cracking. And that was a significant issue throughout the entire Pixel 7 lineup. Right, what would happen is, I guess, like, the actual physical camera module would maybe tap the camera glass a bit too much. But, I mean, it would, like, shatter from the inside out. Very, very annoying. And Google never did anything about it. So, right. But anyway, let's take a look at your thing. It's IdeaPad 3, 17, India Lima 05. Send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot. Intel the 10th gen i3 Intel Core i3. It's alright. Send me the rest of the send me the rest of the engine screen. So come over here to or say it's engine. Send me the rest of these numbers. Because one of the things you have to keep in mind here, you do need to do maintenance on the engines. Okay. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I think you can continue with the flight. Yeah, let me just look it up real quickly. Okay, 10.7 now. Yeah, I think you're fine. I think it's pressure related. I think it's pressure related, but I'll just get through the manual real quickly. If you want to actually do me a favor, this might tell me a bit more about it. Can you quickly hit the checklist button and see if there are any non-normals that's telling you to go through? Because if there is a non-normal checklist for you to go through, then it'd be worth running through that real quickly. And it'll tell you what it is. In the meantime, I will try to help you out. Alright, well, in that case, you don't have to worry about it. I think it's just a balance. I think it could very well just be a balance issue. It's like like a balance in terms of like pressure issue that you can ignore. Maybe it slightly exceeded what it should be. Maybe also hit the recall button real quickly. See if that gives you anything. Got an altitude climbing. Sorry, I'm still trying to look for this information. No, I'm not seeing anything too significant. Yeah, you can certainly ignore it for right now. Before you fly next, though, I'd make sure to run through all the engine maintenance. Yeah, 14. Let's see. 19. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, you can ignore it. So, just when you land, just take a quick look at the maintenance tab. The maintenance tab. See if there's anything for you to do over here. Which we might have a few tires to do, but that's fine. I will do those when we land. The main runway at Baltimore is closed, by the way, through through October. Very, very sad. Very, very annoying. Means I will not be departing runway 28. Runway 1028 at Baltimore. Pressurized. Oh. Your packs on it and everything, because the packs in the PMDG triple should be automatic. You shouldn't have to do anything with the packs. I've never had to do anything with the packs, or with the outsuit or anything. All right, here, let's teamwork this together. No, that's fine. I don't have it mapped. Alright, so just make sure all your hydraulics are auto, make sure these are auto, make sure those are on, and then just make sure. Alright, yeah. Interesting. You can ignore it for now. Maybe it's just a bug somewhere. Yeah, that's what I thought it was about. Some kind of like change in pressure. I mean, it could have also. Now it could have been activated by an engine, but doubt it was. Yeah, you can just ignore it for right now. Continue as planned. Wonder if it'll go away as you descend. Alright, we have a step climb in 15 minutes. Yep, 8.9, that's good. It's in the right direction. It is in the right direction. Good. Good. Out of curiosity, what's your cruising speed? Because I am pushing this 777-300ER to its limits. I might decide, would redlining it to 8.7 make any difference? Set your Mach speed at decimal 8.4. That's what this thing's optimized for. No, I'm not going to take that risk. Oh, screw it. Get 8.7. Yeah. Go into selected speed when you're going oceanic. And set it at like 8.4 or 8.5. It's optimized. The triple is optimized for 8.4. So you can. I wouldn't ever go lower than 8.2 in this thing. And then it's like its max will be like the max I'd ever push it is what we're doing now, which is 8.7. See. Aspen Baltimore 8.13.9 Zulu. With 18.9 tons of fuel. Another near mid-air collision at Reagan. 800 feet apart. American Airlines 737 and E-175 nearly collide at Reagan. Oh, nice. Around 7 p.m. on Thursday, Force in America. Okay. One flight mistakenly believed it had a runway clearance, while a Boeing 737 was on its final approach. 800 feet, that's... Okay, I would say that 800 feet is close, but then... Alright, see you in a bit. 800 feet, that's too close. That is too close. Then there was a Delta incident at Atlanta the other day. At Atlanta the other day, and that was less than that. I feel like pilots here in the U.S. might need extra training. That's what I'm beginning to think. And I don't ever... Well, this was 800 feet. This is 800 feet separation. So this was below the minimum. I think that pilots here in the U.S. might... I don't ever like to blame stuff on pilots. And I don't ever like to blame stuff on air traffic controllers. But I feel as if we've had a few situations fairly recently where pilots could have absolutely been the fault. I feel like we've had a few close near ground, whether it be near ground or near mid-air collisions. Once again, I don't ever like to blame the pilots. It's not right, but still. And then at Reagan, I mean, I'm just going to go out there and say, put my piece against Reagan. Reagan needs to go away. The whole airport needs to be shut down, or at the very least, severely limited. I mean, there was a mid-air collision a few years back. I mean, that we've had countless TAs, RAs. I mean, Reagan is just an absolute mess. So, no, but I feel like pilots, especially here in the U.S., I mean, the whole U.S. aviation system entirely really needs to be reworked. No more of this landing clearance before the runway is clear for you bullshit. No more of this non-standardized phraseology. In terms of like TARA, say when you are out when the conflict is no factor. Don't say no factor. Say clear of conflict, and both aircraft should say clear of conflict. We need a way to get more air traffic controllers in the system. I just feel like the entire aviation network as a whole here in the U.S., if we were to send it down for a week, will the impact to the economy be bad? Yes. But I feel as if we were to send it down for a whole week, just run everyone through new training, it maybe in batches. Maybe you take 10% of the current air traffic controllers. Be like, okay, going forward, okay, you guys are the first batch here of who's going to be. You guys here are the first batch of new procedures that we're going to start doing. Right. No more clear to land when an aircraft is yet to vacate the runway bullshit. Okay. But I feel like if we were to maybe do it in batches. All right, slowly for like over the course of like 2 to 3 weeks. Send a few air traffic controllers through. Send maybe 10% every day through maybe a fresh set of training, right? Of all the critical changes, right? Have that first batch be like kind of like a test batch. Maybe test it out in a few airports. New equipment, new procedures. Okay. Shut down the whole. Shut down all the airspace here in the U.S. for a week. Update all the control towers. Okay. Allow airports time to catch up on maintenance. Allow airlines to catch up on maintenance. Come back a week later. European procedures in place. Standard phraseology being used globally. I feel like if we were to do that, I think the air traffic. I feel like the aviation network here in the U.S. might be a lot safer. And I'm not going to say it's necessarily easy to do that, because it's not. It's not under any circumstances easy. But I feel as if it still needs to get done. Oh, maybe more than maybe even more than a week. Or maybe if you don't want to shut down stuff for a week, shut down the entire U.S. airspace. Maybe start off by closing the entirety of like the Washington Baltimore airspace. Start off with that, okay? Allow BWI, Dulles, Reagan, roll in new procedures. Roll in, right? All the pilots who usually operate in those areas, send them through training, okay? Do it via each like center airspace, right? Send Baltimore through it first, or send the Washington Dulles area through it first. Update the towers. Spend a whole week doing it. Then do it. Then if that works out well, do it to let's say Indianapolis. Then move on to let's say whatever Charlotte uses, right? Move it on to Jacksonville. Then move it on to Miami. Then move it on to Houston or whatever. Right. I mean, it might take. It'll take time, especially if you're to do it center by center. But I feel as if that's really needed here in the U.S. right now. So, but I mean, take the chance to update everything. Retrofit towers to have newer technology, the shit that they use over in Europe, right? I feel like it's needed. Then as pilots go through wave of training, it's like explain to them, like, look, this is the standard of phraseology. We're going to start issuing pilot deviations if you're in the middle of a DARA, or if you're at the end of a TARA, or of a TARA, and you say, and you use some non-standard phraseology. Right, we're going to start issuing deviations. We're going to start going after your licenses if you guys don't start using these standard words that everyone uses, right? Anyway, that's just my 2 cents on the whole situation. I think it's needed here, and I think in Canada they just need to remove the landing clearances before. Actually, I don't know what the situation is like in Canada. Alright, set climb now, level 360. Don't think there's anyone around me, but no. Go ahead and shout out on Unicom 122.8 anyway. Traffic Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy step climbing now, flight level 360 from 340 traffic. Tomorrow there will be no stream, but I will be flying tomorrow night. Just to say it. Gonna plan for leg to Sydney, then to Queenstown, then to, I think, Auckland. Let's see here. Take a look at it real quickly. Yep. Brisbane, Sydney, Queenstown. Actually, I did the Brisbane leg. We're at Brisbane now. Sydney, Queenstown, Auckland. Next up. We'll probably plan to do that tomorrow. In case anyone wants to join me. Might see if Grumpy wants to go fly into Queenstown. You're taking the probably the 737 down to Sydney, but then most likely we'll take the A319 over to Brisbane. Sorry, over to Auckland. So I think that'll be the plan. I'm gonna go wash out a mug real quickly, and I'll be right back. I returned with a mug, which I bought in France. Airbus A380. Not gonna get any tea yet, but we'll hear soon. We do not actually have another step climb for the rest of the flight. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Damn, We're moving quite quickly. We are over halfway, or we are halfway now across the Atlantic. Or just about. I mean, 20 miles. Not bad at all, not bad at all. ETA is only about 4.5 hours out. Not too shabby. Alright. Real quickly. Just wanna take a quick little look. No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Alright, just a quick little look. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Right, I'm trying to get a place in the UK, and I think I have a lead on one. I think I have a lead on one. Like, take a look. This is the place I'm trying to get. Sling small. Very, very small. Right. But it is in a good place. For me, anyway. So please, no one go out there and try to bid against me unless you're trying to bid for me and help me out. I mean, this area right here could be better, but at the end of the day, don't really get to say in this. I mean, I'm literally trying to do the impossible here. So, sorry, Barton Aerodrome. Ah, damn it. Well, let me, whatever. Whatever. So, but anyway, this is the place I'm trying to get. Small. But I think I think it's nice. Yeah. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be a good place for me. I mean, parking might be a bit of a mess, but I don't. I'm not getting a car anyway, so that's fine. Weast Road. So I might try to call the man on Monday. It is weekend now, so. But anyway. Let me go ahead. Does Asda have any shop things? What about Tesco's? I think this is more of a tomorrow night job. I mean, look for more jobs. So, I'm gonna take us back down to 0.84 on the selected speed, which unfortunately for us would mean that getting a few minutes later, but that's fine. As long as your crew is with like Mach decimal 84, I don't have an issue. Excuse me. You know, we could have taken the A340 300 today. We could have. I actually, I know that David does not agree with me on this, and I know that there are a lot of other people who don't agree with me on this. But I actually genuinely like the Anybuild's A340 300. I think it's a really good. I think it's a really good four-engine airliner for MSFS. I think it's a really good thing. So, let's see here. About. Yeah, I have to run to show in a moment. Tesco's Extra. Why is their website shut? You know, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quickly. I'll be back in a few minutes. I have returned. Alright. The 777. Okay, notice how I've not complained once about the 777 today. It's bloody amazing. Rules the fucking world. There is no way you can change my mind on that front. With the exception of the 787. 787... Okay, the 787 is climbing up. Is climbing in my books. Okay, anyone want to explain to me why the anyone want to explain to me why the Tesco's website is being shit? Maybe it's that. It is. That's really annoying. Hey, what about Asda UK? Sorry, Aldi UK. Oh, that's like right across the street. That's actually a really good area. That is actually like a really good area. I don't know. I really need to oh damn. I don't know. I need to finding a job, by the way. I mean, I have the 747 sim. That's not enough to live off of. That will not be nearly enough to live off of. Just 100 pounds every 8 hours of work. Depending on how much they allow me to work there. I don't know. Alright, timing 0845. I'm just curious about the current X and No operations. Five two six Delta. Inbound for Biwi. Do we have anything in Baltimore right now? We do not. We do not have anything at Baltimore right now. Here, someone's doing a flight to Heathrow from Munich. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad at all. How many aircraft do we have at Heathrow right now? Sorry, at Heathrow. Well, first off, at Gatwick, let's see here, an A320, A319, ATR, A319, A319, Rusty 737, A319, A330-900, 20neo, 777, and one of our new Airbus A220s, which we are going to explore one of these days, I promise. Gatwick's kind of a mess. Gatwick is full of 319s. So that's where all the 319s are. I freaking love the A319s. Freaking love them. Let's see. The situation in Heathrow. Let's see here. Have A319, A319, 777, 200, 7478. Oh, welcome back, Fry. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't realize you were back. Oh, good. It rules the world. The 777, it rules the world. You considered moving to retail? Nice. Yeah. The issue with retail is that you have to be careful. You need to... A lot of retail companies do not last very long. They last 50 years max on average. I mean, Sears didn't last very long. Whomever... I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, they didn't last very long. And the issue is that, I mean, online stuff, that kills a lot. But you have to, there's no real money to be made in retail. I mean, yeah, they might get the products at a slightly discounted rate. But I mean, they have to run all these sales in order to attract customers. Otherwise, everyone's just going to buy everything online. So it's like there's no real money that... I mean, retail's like the airlines, right? But except airlines can actually make money. Retail is like, unless they're getting the vast majority of their products at a lower price. there's no money to be made in retail. Because what do they do? They either sell them, unless they're jacking up the prices, like they can pay their bills. It's like there's no real money to be made. Yeah, that's the issue with the retail. That's why retail is so hard to get into, and rightfully so. I mean, you just have to be careful with retail. If you see that your company might be on the downstroke, then it probably is. And it's probably time to start looking at a different company. So, anyway, that's just my 2 cents. I mean, right now the biggest example that I can think of in the UK is Currys. I mean, at least from what I understand David said, it's like the culture completely changed at Currys in the UK, apparently. So, oh, it's 34 not crosswinds. I think the max for the triple is 25 crosswind. Think headwind you can handle up to about a 40 knot headwind. They can't quote me on that. But anyway, in terms of our operations here at Heathrow, not bad. Not too shabby. Yeah, well, eventually as a pilot, you have to make a decision of, okay, we could divert, or we could not. Or we could either divert, annoy all the passengers, have to issue refunds to all the passengers, or I mean, we could try this approach, which is possibly out of limits. Something to consider. I don't know. Alright, yeah, we do not have another set climb for the rest of the night. 60 miles, so top descent for you. Nice. Nice. Top descent for me is right about 4 hours. 3 3/4 of an hour. What runway can we expect into Baltimore tonight? If the wind's calm. It's so is. Yeah, that is an issue. That is an issue because obviously United doesn't want to end up with a 777-300 that needs to be at Dulles and end up have it at JFK if they're diverting from Philly. Yeah. Yeah, that could be an issue. Right, they're saying that 15 right is the arrival for Dewey, though it could go either way. It's calm wind, I think. Yeah, it's calm wind, 10 statute miles of visibility. If I can get an approach into 3-3 left, that'll be really nice. I would like to get an approach into runway 3-3 left if I can. Do the RNAV Zulu into 3-3 left, which is a bit of a circle to land approach. Kinda. what's real life saying? What's real life actually saying? Real life is using the 1.5s. Okay. Let's see here. What could we do in terms of approach? And for 1.5, right? Alice from Heathrow. Arnav, Yankee, Arnav, Zulu. No, at that point in time, we'll just take the ILS from Heathrow. Yeah. Riyadh. Don't know who Riyadh is. I want Global to go back more. I want Global Airlines to come back, but we've gone through this on the channel before. Right now they are awaiting a D check for their A380, or it could be in the process of a D check. I don't know. And so right now their A380 is grounded, as in not allowed to fly anywhere except potentially the maintenance facility until it receives that D check. And that D check is an expensive check. I mean, but right now they're awaiting that D check, and there's not much they can do until they get it. I don't think legally they can fly passengers until it actually receives it. So. Oh, it's the Saudis. You know they're gonna come. It's the fucking Saudis, right? Those rich bastards. They have all the money in the world. Remember, they're worth trillions. So, of course they can go out and buy an airliner, like a 777 or whatever, and have it operational. Build their own airline within 3 years. Or within a year. They have the money. Yeah, Dreamliner. Okay, the Dreamliner is just showing off at that point. There's plenty of 777s sitting in wastelands at this point. So I think there's only one Dreamliner waiting, sitting about. And I think that's, yeah, there's only one Dreamliner that's, been demolished. So, I mean, they have all the money. They can afford to do it. Alright, Alice Bertrand, a 1.5 right from Heathrow. Be on the Trish 4 from Nuggy. That'll give me an actual ETA for Baltimore, which is 858 Zulu. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I mean, more competition is always better. What happens if the Saudi Airlines people have run into some issues that gets them blocked from entering the EU? So, yeah, the VNAV in the 777 is not the best. I will admit that. Kind of have to yoink on the speed brake and go up and down with the speed brake a little bit. Yeah, it's better than the Phoenix. I'll give it that, but you'd have to keep an eye on the speed on how far off it's getting. That was an issue I had within 2020 and 2024. I'll prove it to you once we begin our descent for Baltimore. All right. I'm peckish again, but I don't have any food. Bummer. Bummer. For if you want to join me tomorrow night, it won't necessarily be a stream, but we'll be going. Probably take the rusty shitty aircraft from Brisbane down to Sydney, and then we'll go from Sydney to Queenstown in the A319. Most likely, anyway. But I might opt for the A321. That I haven't decided yet. We'll take one of the two. We'll either take the A319 or the A321 down into Queenstown. Probably be about 10 o'clock local. By the time I actually sit down and listen. That'll be the goal anyway. I'll extend the same offer to Grumpy. Yeah. Then I'll probably get up to Auckland tomorrow, and then it'll be off. Then I have to arrange something with Seb for Honolulu. I'll have to arrange something with Seb for getting into Honolulu. And then I'm planning out my. I thought more about my final flight. Don't know what it's going to be yet, but I think it'll be on the 11th of September. It'll either be on the 9th or the 11th. Haven't decided yet. Have not decided yet, but it'll be one of those. Yeah, well, that's what I mean with the 777 VNAV. That's what I mean with the 777 VNAV. To be honest, right, the best thing to do is just control it yourself. Just do vertical speed. Just do a vertical speed descent, and then yeah, just manage it yourself. That's But yeah, I mean, theoretically, with descent, you shouldn't ever have to touch the speed brake unless ATC gives you a whatever, or unless you have like a really tough altitude restriction, like you might have into Gatwick. Theoretically, you shouldn't have to touch the speed brake, unless you're behind on something. At least not all the way until landing. So. Yeah, I can guarantee that in real life it's so much better. I just realized something. Fixed. This is usually my new bedtime now, actually. Air Serbia needs. Why have I never heard of Air Serbia? Why is that I've never heard about Air Serbia? I went a third runway at Heathrow. That's what I won. I went to Heathrow to buy out the land, buy out the terminal build on Heathrow to buy out the land, and build a third fucking runway. What's more, an ATR at 30%. Damn, that's damn. That's funny. that is stupid. That is stupid. I'm approaching. I'm approaching my 2,000 hours on Benson. Question is, can I get to 2,000 by the time I move? That's the goal. What am I currently sitting at? Vanson Radar says I'm currently sitting at 1812. Not to be confused with the War of 1812. Quick disconnect, reconnect. I'm at 1815 now. That's only 100 That's only 185 hours. I feel like that's doable in a month. In a month. Granted, I have to be flying like every night, but or maybe I'll just cheat. I'll just hang out for a few hours here and there on the ground at an airport that I won't actually ever fly out of. So, 30 days to do that though. That's a bit close. Yeah. We'll see. Let's see what I can do. Certainly gonna aim for 2,000 hours on VATSIM by the time I go. Certainly gonna aim for it. Excuse me. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Do I have another I don't even want to think about that right now. Alright, see you in a bit. See you in a bit. Happy landings. Don't Gatwick it. Don't have a Gatwick incident, yes? Yes, you don't have a Gatwick incident. Don't have a Faro incident either. Alright, happy landings, mate. Happy landings. That's gone. So your Speedbird 2 Bravo. When did I start using the Speedbird 2 Bravo call sign? Started using it. Okay, last year. Okay, what about the 2 Lima Juliet call sign? Just curious. These numbers are probably not that much changed from last time we've looked at them. Speedbird 228, 159 hours. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. It'll be a massive amount. Speedbird 3 5 Papa 95 hours. That's what I so actively use. Let's see here. Probably it's got to be in the massive number range. It's got to be in like the hundreds of hours range. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, yeah, 388 hours as Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet. Speedbird 12. But 5 hours. Do, 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 do. Long while. Why is this not showing me? I mean, I'm connected, right? Yeah, why is this not showing my aircraft? I mean, it should be separate to the north there. Okay, well, where am I? There's that idiot. Speedbird T2 Bravo. I mean, yeah, why is this not showing me? Speed bad. When is this last updated as of? T2 Bravo. You know, I'm connected to the network, right? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna go upstairs, see if I have anything else I can grab as a bite to eat. I'll be back in like, maybe give me 10. Back. I have returned. I have returned.
This gentleman says that I'm not.
Damn. Loading. Okay, issue with loading the airport. In the middle of landing. That's your training level of detail. That's your training level of detail right there, which you would need more RAM in order to increase. Remind me to put your collar back on you tomorrow. Tomorrow, bud. Thank you. Yeah, no, that would have been your train level of detail. Maybe if you try to use a program like Auto FPS, maybe that'll help. Yeah, fog would not have helped it. Fog would not have helped it. I think I can probably try to increase back to 8.6. Yeah. I barely came into sight at 500. So I have a minimum value when it comes to runways. If I cannot see the runway by 200 feet, I'm going to either continue with the approach, or obviously I'll make the decision to either continue or go around. If the approach is stable, and if it is looking fine, and if it is a Cat 3 runway, I'm going to continue with the approach. If it is not, if I'm not liking the way the approach is going, I'm going around, and I'll prepare for another approach. I'll divert right. Not necessarily real world procedure, but if by 200 feet the aircraft's doing a good job at flying it down, maybe the visibility is a little sucky, I'm gonna let it do its thing. Also, Fry, you're aware that go rounds in the triple, you have to press Togo twice, right? For at least low level go rounds. Anything below, I'd say about 500 feet. Yeah, if you need to if you need to go around in the triple, fortunately, they make it easy. Just hit this twice. You have this, the soft go around mode. Then you have the like hard go around mode. For added fuel efficiency. I've had to do a few go arounds in the triple. So we're gonna try something. So I made an adjustment in my control sensitivity software, or sorry, in the control sensitivity. For the first time ever, we're gonna do a flaps 25 landing in this thing. For the first time ever, and the reason that we're gonna do that is apparently, in real life, they do flaps 25 more than they do flaps 30. So we're gonna do a flaps 25 landing for the first time ever in the 777. Well, I haven't physically had the capability of doing it up until now, and when I corrected the sensitivity, or yeah, when I adjust that curve, I physically have not had the ability to do one. You've always done the flaps 25. Yeah. I know that in Airbus they're making it standardized procedure now to go flaps 3 for all buses. It used to be flaps full, but no, they're making it standard now. Flaps 3, all buses. Which I don't know to think about that, to be honest. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but I also think it's a. I also don't really know what to think about it. Let's see. BA is taking the A380 away from Dubai in the effective this winter. Looking. It's because of the war. Various things remain suspended, and it has deferred the return of services to Abu Dhabi and Bahrain until 2027. BA's flights have not operated to the Middle East business airport since March 2026. The plan is for BA to resume flying to Dubai on October 25th. Had planned 3 daily Dubai flights for winter 2026-2027. There's 2 of them will be on the 787-10. Other remaining operation. Okay. It's now been changed that only 1 to 2 daily flights will now be available. It will be on the 787 and 777-200. So. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here. This war in Iran, it's not gonna end well for us, for the U.S. at all. I don't care how you look at it, and really, it doesn't matter how you look at it. From the U.S. standpoint, this war is an embarrassment. The war in Iran, and there, no matter how you cut it, the U.S. still loses it. Iran has successfully backed the U.S. into a corner, and a dangerous one. Option A, the U.S. could stop supporting Israel, and just kind of leave the Middle East to do whatever the fuck it wants. That's option A. And to be honest, at this point in time, that's probably the best viable option. Option B, we could continue fighting in Iran. At least until we run out of weaponry. Which at this point in time, at this point in time, we will. we don't have very long until you're like begin to run out of all this shit we have. That's option 2. Option 3, we could do a ground invasion. But the truth is that that'll take 20 years, at least, and we'll probably still lose, and we'll still have the supply chain issues. And so, no matter how you cut it, it's a loss. And I can't exactly say that the American people are exactly still for the war. And wars are not won on military might anymore. Wars are won on, do they align with what the people want? And so I can guarantee you right now in Russia, the people of Russia do not want the Ukrainian war. But we also don't want the war in Iran. But notice how both countries are losing. So, I don't mean to get political here, but no matter how you cut it, the war in Iran is an outright embarrassment to the U.S. In my opinion, what the U.S. really needs to do is they need to tell Israel, stop fighting, and let's get out, right? Or tell Israel to stop fighting or continue fighting, whatever the fuck they want to do. But until Israel stops, at least the way I see things going, until Israel stops, until Netanyahu is done, the U.S. won't stop. So, now there is an option for the U.S. that makes it seem as if the U.S. is less of a winner, or sorry, is less of a loser, and that is for someone up there in power to actually establish what the fuck are they doing. Establish what do they want out of this war, because clearly they don't know what the fuck they want right now. Is it regime change that we want? Do we want to force Iran into a change of leadership? So, or yeah, what does Iran, or what do we want with Iran? That's the bigger question. Oh, welcome aboard, Seb. You saw some 777Xs. You saw some 787s getting. You have to send me some photos. How's your trip going so far? Triple seven and ooh, the 777X then. Nice. And 787s. Nice. Oh, damn. Damn. Seems like you've had a blast, though. Alright, so at some point this week, I'll be making a visit to Honolulu, of which I will request your air traffic control services. Be flying from, I think, if I can aim for Wednesday, that'd be good. If I can aim for Wednesday, so. And Everett, first time. Oh, first time. Really, I thought the 737s were always made at Everett. I was under the impression that all the 787s were had always been made at Everett. In Renton. Nice. I can't wait for the 777X. I think BA has like 86 777Xs on order or something crazy like that. Let's be honest, BA needs those 777s. They need them badly. Their aging fleet of these guys are getting to show their age. So. Alright, ETA for Baltimore is 8:54 Zulu. That gives me roughly 3.5 hours. What are we looking like in terms of location? Are we mostly across the Atlantic? Oh yeah, we're almost done with Oceanic. We are almost done with Oceanic. Seb, we got to get you a triple for your sim. Maybe we can do like shared cockpit 777 stuff. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. 777's shared cockpit. We gotta do another VFR flight this week. Maybe I'll show you around the UK. Show you the proper way of doing things. And yes, there is a proper way to do things in the UK. And actually, really, the US air traffic control system needs to be rebuilt to the way that it's done in the UK. On a few very specific fronts. They need to establish, like, in places like New York, like in places like New York City, they really gotta change up the way that they do things. At least in my personal opinion. Yeah, but they're also trying to put AIs into it, and I don't really understand why they're trying to put AI into it. I mean, the only thing that I guess AI would be good at when it comes to air traffic control, what I guess be flow control. But it's like the only thing that I would even consider using AI for. But you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna install that voice ATC game again. That's on Steam. Yes. Next, English. Run Steam. Just gonna reinstall that voice ATC game, which you're essentially an approach. Well, actually, well, I don't know about it now, but You were essentially acting as a approach or departure controller. Let's see here. The channel will go away, by the way, on September 10th or whenever I mean I have a bunch of videos that I still need to finish editing, and I have a plan, but I can't make any guarantee that I'll be back full time anyway. My Discord will remain active. I'll be on Discord quite a bit, updating everyone how with the account I'm doing and whatnot. I hate to say it, so we've already kind of broken that rule. We've already kind of broken that. Okay, that'll be a while. Here, I'll go and update everyone on my S1 waiting list. I'm like, so, yeah, 261. That has not gone down in like 2 weeks, by the way. It is still a while. But yeah, when I return, it might be at S1. Let me just log into Steam real quickly. Or I think we're going to do S3 from some S3 stuff in a few minutes, if I'm not mistaken. If I can, Yes, I know. Went to top 100. Steam. Copy username. I know. S3 in the UK, it takes like 10 years to get to. And then like C, and then anything C rated takes even longer. All right. You guys want to see my Steam library, which I don't ever use? Library. It's this that we're gonna install. This is my very, very tiny Steam library. Of course, Horizon 5, Tower Simulator 3, Voice ATC Simulator, which is what we're installing. For like 2 days, yes. For like 2 days. Then I never touch it again. And my Xbox library is a lot bigger. My Xbox library is much bigger. All right, let's see here. This thing actually even has a Navigraph integration now. Voice ATC Simulator. Couple thousand hours in each. Damn. Let's see here. Let's see. Just assign it to yeah, that's respectable. That is respectable. Alright, so you're gonna watch some magic here. We will see how this does. Get running voice test. Oh, great. Distributing it. Or doing whatever. Alright. It'll take a second. There, mute. Alright, there we go. Let's see. This has improved by a massive amount. I mean, I don't know if you guys recall, but we used to do a bunch of this. We did a little bit of this not too long ago. Well, okay, I say not too long ago. What I really mean is like 3 months ago. Let's do some Edinburgh controlling. Once this thing finishes loading. Oh, we have a new area X cycle this week, by the way. Navigation data installed. New session. Here. Let's see here. Let's go for Edinburgh. Runway diagram. It will set 8 to 4 as both departure and arrival as 2-4. Okay. All right. I know what did give me in terms of position. Did it give me director or we'll find out. Probably I'll have to remap all my stuff as well. That's fine. Just gonna remap my push to talk button for this as the spacebar. Usually I'm in bed now by about this time. Which is why there hasn't been any streams. At least very few. Dismiss. And settings, audio, microphone device. Will be this one. Alright, test. 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 And speakers. Let's go those.
Turn left heading 360, Ryanair 1 Echo Foxtrot. Turn left heading 360, Ryanair 1 Echo Foxtrot.
There we go. That works. Save. try that. Alright, let's see here. Looking to... damn it. I don't have my push to talk button set. Damn it. Choice set. Voice. Get controls, push to talk. There you go. Save. Turn. Alright, let's turn this guy heading 090. Logan 92 Tango Lima, turn now heading 090.
Edinburgh approach, hello. Confirm heading 090. Ryanair 49er India Golf.
Logan 29 Tango Lima, turn now heading 080.
Confirm heading 080. Ryanair 49er India Golf.
Okay, what's... Don't know what Logan's doing. Alright, use this guy. Flyer 9 Victor. Flyer 9 Victor, turn now heading 030.
Heading 030, Flyer 9er Victor.
Alright, that guy out in that direction. Flyer 9 Victor, descend now, altitude 5,000 feet. Flyer 9 Victor, descend now, altitude 5,000 feet.
Edinburgh approach, hello Logan 1.
Say again altitude, Flyer 9er Victor.
Alright, let's see here. Let's try this other engine. Flyer 9 Victor, descend now, altitude 5,000 feet.
Say again, altitude, Flyer 9 Victor.
5,000 feet.
Say again, speed. Ryanair 49er India Golf.
Ryanair 49 India Golf, speed 200 knots.
Speed 200, Ryanair 49er India Golf.
Request further instructions. Logan 9er 2 Tango Lima.
Logan 92 Tango Lima, turn now, heading 070.
Edinburgh approach, hello, easy 84 Kilo Zulu with you.
Confirm heading 070, Ryanair 49er India Golf.
Negative. That was for Logan 92 Tango Lima. Turn now, heading 070.
Heading 070 Logan 9er 2 Tango Lima.
Edinburgh approach, hello, easy 27 Victor Bravo with you.
Alright. Flyer 9 Victor, descend now, flight level 50.
Say again, altitude, Flyer 9 Victor.
5,000 feet. 5,000 feet.
Say again, speed. Ryanair 49er India Golf.
Ryanair 49er India Golf, speed 200 knots. Flyer 9 Victor, descend now, altitude 4,000 feet.
Edinburgh approach hello Logan tree 8, Zulu uniform with you.
Okay. You're just not alive.
Request further instructions. Flyer 5-6 Mike.
Flyer 5-6 Mike. Turn now heading 060.
Confirm heading 060. Ryanair 49er India Golf.
I give up. Yeah, this is having a lot of issues. This is still having a lot of issues. Yeah, that was my issue with it, and that's why I stopped doing it, because the voice recognition on it absolutely sucked. Never. I'll wait for Vatson, or for someone else to come out with something better. Yeah, well, I only gave Ryanair like the instruction like 15,000 times of speed 200 knots. And it's like I was never. It's like I wasn't talking to Ryanair. I was talking to the other flyers. But yeah, that was my issue with it last time. It's like after a while, it just gets annoying how it doesn't work at all. Alright. We are almost done with the Oceanic. Just to say it. Any news with... Let's see here. Is there any news on the front of PMDG and their lovely 747s? Ooh, there is. Back to our FSX routes. Okay. So sometimes wind up broken. Alright, this week we pushed a series of updates for the 777 fleet. This update ends to clean up some details that were left over from the previous fleet model. Okay. Couple other small fixes. Updates came out through. Okay. I guess Friday and I both have 777 updates to do. Nav data issues post SU 5.1 properly being installed on some users' machines. This would happen to receive a not in database response. Across the spectrum. Order Friday 31st, we inserted 777 into the test program. Core changes that will solve this issue on all platforms. We do not know if this is the case, but testing this provider has proved positive, and we're hoping to have a full test ban completed by the weekend on the OC3 side. Okay, if test results hold up, we will roll out this change via OC3 early next week, with a subsequent push to marketplace customers immediately following. The change will also get rolled into the 737 the moment it is validated as a good fix. Okay. Okay, cool. No updates on the 777 or on the 747s though. Boo. Any update on when Bluebird's gonna release theirs? Oh, he's gonna release their 757. I look forward to having the 757 in the sim. I mean, I do have a 757 in X-Plane, but I still look forward to Bluebird's offering. If I ever get a chance to use it. They said it would be a Q3 launch, which unfortunately for me means most likely second half, or most likely final month, probably after I move. Any other news? FAA plans mandatory seat inspection on Boeing 737 MAX jets. Okay. Wonder if there's any update on the Vector 787. All right, so Vector set up their form the other day. I'm so fucking. I am so immature. I am so fucking immature on this front. Wow. Oh, wow. It's here. Release. Towards the end of the year is all they're going to say about it. Circuit breakers. Okay, I had a 5-hour meeting with the team just yesterday about this. Okay, I would assume that that's a yes then. Do we? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the 787. Coming 2026. So as flying as ooh, cool. Air Force One. That's not a jet I'd want to be on right now. Alright, so I really want this. This is looking really good. The checklist system consisting of around 700 pages was mapped to an extraordinary level of attention to detail. That APU looks like it could be very heavy on resources. You want the 767. You have to wait for the Bluebird for that one. I want a high fidelity 787. That's what I want. So in terms of the planned video for this week, by the way, this week is going to be the current setup tour. In case anyone's curious, I'm going to plan that out. And yeah, this week is going to consist of a setup tour once after I clean everything. Should be out maybe by about Wednesday. That'll be the goal anyway. I gotta clean everything up first. So, because right now the whole place is kind of a mess. Okay, yeah, the crazy thing here is that apparently these like chalk marks on the wheels of this thing are actually real and are actually true to real life. Apparently, anyway. Yeah, I can't wait for the Vector 787-9. Can't wait for this thing with really good system depth. So now I think it'll probably cost around $100 US, but whatever. Alright, is the arrival into Baltimore still... Okay, well, I'm going to say something. I am really happy that I took an extra 5 tons of fuel. Because now we're estimating in Baltimore with 18.2 tons. That's a lot lower than it was. And the way I literally littered the extra fuel was literally through this. As in MCDU menu, FS actions, fuel. And just after I realized, shit, I forgot to put this in sim brief. I was like, fuck it. I'll add 5 tons of fuel real quickly. So we'll be landing flaps 25. Damn, that's gonna give us a final approach speed of 160 knots, most likely. Damn. That'll give us quite a fast final approach speed. And those brakes and those reversers are gonna have to work a bit harder. Damn. Sucks. I'm gonna quickly turn on the landing lights. And the reason why is I'm gonna see if we can try to see some ground down there. No, this cloud layer is quite thick. Bummer. Bummer. So yeah, so the plan for this week, the video outlook is I'm going to probably try to get 2 videos done, which means that'll be 4 videos that I have to edit this week. 2 of them will be up, oh, they'll all be uploaded this week. Though 2 of them will remain private until September 15th, or no, sorry, September 16th. Also, a new series can come to the channel starting this week as well. Moving vlog or whatever. Literally me going around with my phone trying to explain my process of moving to the UK, the updates as I make them. So that'll be happening this week, or that series will begin this week. It'll most likely be short format, as in like YouTube Shorts. I haven't decided yet. That'll be coming this week. Yeah, everyone can expect quite a bit of content this week. I have the setup tour planned for this week. I am going to explore the Airbus A220 on my own, just like can go without the embarrassment of trying to figure out how to fly it. Everyone can probably look forward to that on maybe third. It'll be the second half this week. I know that for certain. So, anyway, that is the plan for this week. And then also this week I'm resuming working on my long Arse tour, and I have some VFR stuff to do as well. The VFR stuff might be a stream. Haven't decided yet on that front. We'll probably do a few. Yeah, actually, the VFR stuff. It will be a stream. It will be a stream. If someone would like to help me out with stalls, that'd be helpful. Stalls in a PA-28. And apparently those things are not stalling anymore. Or are not stalling correctly anymore. But anyway. We will see. Don't know what the plan is yet for tomorrow night. Haven't decided on that front what the plan is for tomorrow night. Oh, sorry, yes I have. Tomorrow night is me working on the Long Arse Shore, which is what is coming starting in September. Actually, I'll go ahead and show what I have so far on that tour. so far, keep in mind that none of this is edited. Have 11 episodes planned. Let's see here. Probably another 5 to go at least. Probably another 5 episodes at least. These will be getting released once per week once I move, and then hopefully after about 20 weeks or whatever, I should be settled. So, haven't fully decided the format I'm gonna go with yet. Gonna try something new. Gonna try something a bit nicer instead of my standard. Oh, let's get introduction, blah, then move, blah 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 blah. Right, gonna try something a bit different. Gonna try some experimentation, some high quality experimentation. So. But anyway, this is all. Some of these have multiple episodes in them, or multiple flights in them. Some of these only have the one. Actually, I think all these have at least 2. So. In a few days, I'm gonna plan out the rest of September. And yeah, at least that'll be in a few days. So I'll plan out the rest. I'll plan out pretty much from here until I leave. And the plan and my goals for each night. So thing for everyone to consider. Anyone online right now? Let's see. Not yet. Not yet. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's. Oh. Mm. I'm not gonna drink tea this late. We have less than 3 hours to run until we're at Baltimore. I'm not gonna drink tea this late. Otherwise, I won't sleep at all. I do, unfortunately, need to sleep. Fortunately or unfortunately, no matter, depends on how you look at it. I need, either way, no matter how you cut it, I do need to sleep. I do have a shift, which actually I'm going to take a look at right now. Because I'm in charge of it tonight. Probably be an absolute mess with douchebag on it. Douchebags are going to be suspended. I'm expecting to get suspended on Monday for potentially the week. Let's face the map. Have to move people around. And there was a Mexican fast food joint at the Amazon. Wait, what? There's a Mexican fast food joint at the Mexican at the cargo warehouse at BWI. I did not know that either. I will say, near BWI, there is, I mean, it is like a really built up area. It's like a lot of things are surrounding BWI. The whole airport brings a lot of jobs to the area. I mean, when I say a lot, I mean a lot. All right, so the Amazon warehouse, or say that, yeah, Amazon warehouse will be over here. So you said there was a fast food joint at it. You're on Bing Maps. Actually, physically at the terminal. Okay, I need to get a street view here. Can I get a street view? Apparently, this is like an area that you can like drive up to, maybe. Or is it like actually like blocked off? No, it's not locked off. Oh, it's right there. Is that? Is that it right there? Or is it somewhere else? Or is it over here? It's an east side. In the main midfield building. Okay, now I'm curious. Okay, now I'm curious. So you're looking at Bing Maps. Oh, the other building. Okay, well, you said you were looking at Bing Maps. Okay, Qdoba. Let's see here. Can we see? Are we sure that's accurate? Are we like actually like 100% certain that is accurate? That would be interesting if that is actually the case. That would be that is, yeah, that'd be actually quite funny. Oh, in case anyone's looking for good places to go plane spotting around Baltimore, number one is going to be this place right here. I mean, okay, if it was, then that'd be actually really funny. So anyway, so good places to go plane spotting around Baltimore. Number one, you have this little park right here, which the main channel thing is from this page right here. Number two, you have some if it's landing over here, then you have like this little area right here where there's like a Royal Farms, there's Chipotle, yeah, there's a few different places right here. If they are landing runway 10, which they're not really anymore, then your next best option is going to be it's going to be over here, I think. Hang on 1 second. Let me just think. No, it's not at the rental facility. No, it's not as far as there. It's there's like a parking lot over here. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. This is like this United karting place. That's a good place to plane spot. Now, granted, you can't see the airport. You can't see the aircraft land, but you can't see the aircraft land from over here either. So, and then I'll just assume that finally for 15 right, it would be somewhere like over here. Oh, there's a cracker over here. Didn't know that. Yeah, if I had to guess, somewhere over here, somewhere in the BWI business district. If you wanted to, yeah. I had no clue there was a Southwest area. Oh, that's not an actual airfield, though. That's not an actual airfield. I was about to shit my pants if they were allowed to have that right there. Because they're not. Okay. And then up here you have Martin State Airport, which my dad used to live right down here. So. All right. Yeah, that seems a bit more accurate in my opinion. That seems a bit more accurate. 2 though, I don't necessarily know about 2, but having 1 that seems more accurate. So. Okay, please tell me that you guys have Qdoba out in Columbus. Because they're everywhere around here. Yeah, in that case, it probably is just the one then. Okay, good. Good. Damn, it's been like 10 years since I was last in a Qdoba. It's been like 10 years. You have 3. Central and Northern. Nice, nice. Never been. It's kind of like Chipotle. It's been ages since I last, Sorry, it's been ages since I last what's that one? So yeah, one right down the street. Nice. Nice. For me, I have to go a little ways to Qdoba. I have to the nearest one to me is probably going to be down 40. Which would be a bit of a hike. But I have a Chipotle. I have a Chipotle right down the street. Actually, I have 2 Chipotles right down the street. I have one where I work. Then I also have another one. And then I have another one right down the street from where I work at. So I have one where I work at, and then right down like 5 minutes away. And that one, there's another one. And then I think there's another one if you go into Catonsville. Sorry, in Clarksville. I think there's another one out there. Alright, let's see. Good, our approach speed is going down. 34 minutes out. Yeah, I want to say, well, mine's probably about 20 minutes out if I really wanted to go. Maybe I will this week. I don't know. I don't know. Right, I really want a runway 32 left arrival into Baltimore, please. Can I get a 32 left arrival? Wind, still no wind, so we'll have to wait for the next updated METAR. In the meantime, I can go ahead and set that back to inches of rusty mercury. Be beginning descent in about 2 hours or so. A little less than 2 hours, actually. About an hour and 40 minutes. Hour and 50. Optimum flight level 366, recommended 360 max 375. Can I squeeze anything a bit more out of this thing? Okay, what does 87 look like? Ooh, 87, now that's pushing it. Mach 87, now that's pushing it. That's redlining it. Would do it though. It means we get in 1 minute faster. And it means that New Sky will bill us for 0.2 less tons of fuel. Actually, no, that's not the way that works. Shit. Fuck. Kind of wish New Sky would factor in how much fuel has been left in the aircraft. So if someone So you have someone like me who takes way more fuel than I actually need. I'll land with 17 tons. Kind of wish that New Sky would factor in how much fuel is already in the aircraft. Yeah, no, we're trying to redline it here. We're trying to push it. I'll be bummed when I move. By the way, will not be able to take the this Thrustmaster yoke with me, which means I'll be back. Which means I'll be on the Moza purely. It also means that my stream deck needs to come with me. But I'm hoping I will have the P1 by then. So hopefully it'll be less of a deal, or less of a big issue. Excuse me. I just love it when I put a message out there in our work software that says everyone needs to respond, or everyone needs to like this message when they see it. And then only 9, so call that 10 because I count fun and I don't like my own messages. 9 out of how many staff members do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. I just love it how only a quarter of what actually needs to respond and like the message actually likes the message. So, and it's something we've explained countless times as well. It's like, going forward, if you don't abide by this policy, write up. Which then does put your job at stake. So, speaking of people's jobs being put at stake, this week we fired one person for not meeting our standards. And then we were going to fire another one, but then they quit before. But then they quit before we had a chance to fire them. But we were gonna fire them on Monday. We're gonna have them come in. We're gonna sit them down in the office, tell them, look, we have given you chance after chance after chance after chance after chance to meet our standards. We've explained our standards before. You've been here for 3 months. You're still not meeting our standards. We've given you in writing that you need to be meeting these standards. So you're done, right? And I think there's still one more person that we're going to do that to. Though this person has not been there for 6 months, so. No, we do some of our paperwork out in the open. But I mean, we have a tiny little office, smaller than my sim setup here. We have a tiny little office. When I say tiny, I mean it's tiny. But yeah. Damn, I feel like we've fired more people in the past in the past 6 months than ever I've been there for. Actually, no, that's not I think that is a fact, actually. Let's see. How many people have we fired in the past, call it, 5 months? You know, we actually have a dedicated little office with a desktop and everything. It's small, but it works. So. Yeah, let me see. Let me think here. How many people have we fired in the past few months? Fired that idiot who was always like 2 hours late for their shift. She lasted a whopping 3 months. Then we fired the person who never showed up for shifts, or who always get coverage for their shifts. Fired them. We fired the person we fired this week. We were gonna call. Yeah, actually, that word. I think that's 3. Is that it? Is that 3, or is that? I feel like that. I think that's it for right now. We've had a few people leave since then. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it. That's only 3. I mean, that's not awful. Emirates flight diverts to London for a medical emergency. A San Francisco-bound flight from Dubai made a sharp U-turn over Russia to land at Heathrow on Wednesday. The airline provided hotel rooms for travelers before they resumed their trip for the following day. Cool. That's really interesting how Emirates chose. They were in the middle of Russia. Thought, okay, maybe go to Frankfurt or something. That's interesting how they decided that London was. They go to London Heathrow or London Gatwick? No, they went to Heathrow. Well, it's interesting that they decided, let's just divert to Heathrow over the situation instead of going somewhere else, because Emirates flies A380s everywhere. But I mean, they have a massive hub at Heathrow. I mean, how many do they fly? Is it 5 A380s daily into Heathrow? I know it's at least 3. I feel like they operate 5 daily routes between Heathrow and Dubai, all on A380s. You're gonna look this up. Yeah, I just saw the diversion. 6 daily routes. 6. Damn. Yeah, I saw a map of it. I mean, excuse me. Yeah, I saw a map of it. I mean, why they wouldn't go out to Frankfurt or someplace? That's like a that's an interesting one. It goes to prove that London is the best. And that the UK is the best country in the world. Even if we did Brexit ourselves. Honda Zero. Took 2 hours. Yeah, I bet it took 2 hours. There's got to be an actual reason why they chose London. There's gotta. I mean, and especially like London Heathrow. Like, why not London Gatwick, or why not Manchester? Surely they paid for that diversion. Yeah, I know it. I know it was a medical diversion. Yeah, that is really interesting why they chose London and not somewhere else. Could it have been something to do with the EU? I would tend to agree, especially for a medical diversion. Maybe it was something with this. Okay, this passenger had a it has got to have been something to do with the EU. I feel like that's like the only possible explanation. Something to do with the EU. Is yeah. You know, it could have been. It could have been the fact that it could have been the EU wait times at the border, at the EU border. It's like just getting everyone to Heathrow, and then we can get everyone through faster. It could have been that. I know, right? I know. What do we know what it was? Do we know what it was? It was July 29th. Spent nearly 12 hours airborne only to land in Western. It was a 5-hour diversion as well. It was a 5-hour. It was a 2-hour diversion. It took 5 hours. I mean, okay, I can understand not wanting to land in Russia. But then... Uh-oh. My sim's working. FS24 for the win! Oh. That's a stupid move. I only use the diff mode for installing the SDK and, yeah. That is a whoops event. Okay, so that diversion was 5 hours. I mean, I can understand not wanting to land in Russia, but... I mean... Why Heathrow? Okay, yeah, that would have been... That's a smart move. The issue with switching aircrafts in the sim like that is, unless you're switching like GA aircrafts. No, I disagree with that. I disagree with going back to Dubai when you're that far north. It would not have been faster, and not to mention it would not have been as safe to go to Dubai. I mean, it would have been safer to go to Heathrow. I mean, so why not Frankfurt? I mean, I can understand that Emirates essentially runs T3 at Heathrow, but I mean, still. Yeah, that's the only possible way I can explain it. That's the only possible way I can explain it. So, I mean, not wanting to land in Russia, that I understand. But I mean, really? That's still kinda... I mean... But actually, okay, if you actually take a look at the map here. If you actually take a look at the map. I mean, Germany would not have been that much closer. I mean, Germany would have been closer, but I mean... Yeah, I mean... Yeah. EU factors, that's the only way I can explain it. Well, obviously, but... Yeah. Interesting. Fascinating. But that's what they had to do. Absolutely fascinating. Excuse me, kind of tired now. Yep, estimating Baltimore now with 17.7 tons of fuel. 8:54 Zulu. So we have an hour and a half. Sorry, 2 hours to land. 2 hours to touchdown. 2 hours to touchdown. Waiting for updated meter, then we'll actually formally decide on our landing runway. If I had to guess, it'll be 1-5 right. Though I'm hoping for a 3-2 left arrival. But it'll be one of those two. Because 2810 is closed till October. Unfortunately. They're on the runway on the 28 side. They're, I think, repaving the whole thing. Yeah, the resurfacing. I think on the 28 side, because when you look at the NOTAMs, it's like that entire area is closed. But actually, I'll get the map up now. Yeah. Yep. So from basically from like the thing is like this whole area here is closed right now. Taxiway Victor is closed. Uniform 1 is closed. Uniform 2 is closed. From uniform from Papa. Sorry. Uniform from uniform 2 to uniform 1 is closed. This the ice pad here is closed. This this small taxiway here is closed. I think they're just redoing the whole area. Now it is worth noting that that 28 kind of sits on like a hill. So I wonder, are they also at the same time adding support to the bottom bit, because the threshold here does kind of sit on a hill. I'll find it. Go into Google Earth and show everyone what I mean by that. Yeah, I can't really see it very well from there. Maybe from here, see it better. No. Maybe you'll be able to see it. Maybe see it from back here. When is this imagery? When was this imagery as of? That's got to be some old ass imagery right there. I'm having a hard time finding a good view of it. Maybe go right there. No. You'll just have to take my word for it. This here is elevated. It is elevated. There it's kind of rendering in there now. So it's not perfectly flat. Okay, that's trying its best there. So are they like providing like structural support for this area right here? So okay, so my theory behind the Victor piece for it is, okay, takeoff run available. Not necessarily meaning you're putting a lot of pressure on the runway, but theoretically, I feel like if a pilot really wanted to, especially for like heavier jets, I guess theoretically, you could use this area to get an extra 10 knots or so. Or get an extra 5 knots if you're like really, really heavy. I feel like I've been on a BA flight that's done that before. Actually, I made a video of my landing, or of my takeoff at Baltimore 2 years back. Or sorry, yeah, two years back. Might have a video. Would have been 2024. July 4th, 2024, because you have to remember I was a traitor. Like then. That'd be nice. That would be nice. No, I don't think I did take a video of it. Nah, bummer. Yeah, bummer. Oh, are you racing? Are we racing now? Okay, here's the Dreamliner I flew on 2 years ago. There's the registration. Golf Zulu Bravo Kilo Charlie. Hey, you be nice now, okay? You be nice now. You. Okay. Oh, come on. What's wrong with the 772? It's amazing. Granted, we're in a 77300. Because it makes a bit more profit, but there's nothing wrong with the 772. It's an absolutely lovely jet. Yeah, I have a photo of the one I flew on last year somewhere. That might be on my. Oh no, here it is. Is a shitty one world livery. Shitty one world livery. I have a better one. I try to. I mean, that's gonna stop now because I'm gonna be actually, yeah. I mean, that's gonna stop now because I'll be living over there. But there you go. Frontier play a whopping 2 months before they went under. Copa Spirit. This was all shot from inside the terminal, by the way. Spirit before Spirit went under. Frontier. Frontier's next, by the way, I think, in terms of airlines that'll go under. I really do not see a way that they're going to survive. Then you have our jet. Check my jet. Golf Yankee Mike Romeo. Then I doing a bit of video editing. Then there you go, nice dramatic tail view of the bastard. The 777-200s, they're a lot. When you actually get to stand up next to them, they're a lot bigger than you actually think. I mean, when you actually stand up, when you actually get board 777, I mean, this is like a lot more round than what photos actually look like. I mean, it's massive. They're absolutely massive. There you go. Here's, I believe here's our landing. You can go watch the landing on YouTube. I might actually upload this. Try to steal the footage from which my call it. No, it was not a bad landing at all. It was not a bad landing. That was one of 4 flights we had on that trip. Now the next one I was not thrilled with. The next one was on this guy. I probably would not recommend it, to be honest. I don't have it, but I probably would not recommend it. So next flight I had on that trip was this guy. It was an E-jet, as an E-jet is a stupid jet. Flew this from Paris to Nuremberg. Let's see. There you go. If this will load. What do you mean be nice to your E-jets? It was not my favorite flight. Come on now. Is this thing gonna load? Come on now. Load. Refresh. There we go. It is into Nuremberg. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not eligible. Haha. Thanks to Envoy. Alright. So for this one we had exit row seats, which my mother did not like the restriction of nothing in front of you. But whatever. On legroom, it's an E-jet. So, this is into Nuremberg. So, NUE, I believe. EDDN. I don't know why YouTube is lagging, or whatever is lagging. Yeah, my failure was cognitive. But they also sent me. I had to disclose that I had a condition on my on my thing, and that's what they deferred me for. So actually, I had a few conditions that they deferred my thing for. And then our next flight after that was on this guy. There we go. If you want proof that I've flown on this guy as my first Airbus jet to ever fly on, there you go. Then this is the landing. Hey, what do you mean ew? It's an A319. What do you mean ew? It's the retro British Airways A319. What do you mean ew? And then I actually saw this exact plane land at Heathrow 2 days later. Hey, there's nothing wrong with BA, and you know it. There's absolutely nothing wrong. Okay, what's wrong with Air France? I've never flown Air France. Oh, sorry, I have once. IHOP. Well, technically it's Hop Air or whatever. Not the best. It also was not a long flight either. It was a 45-minute flight. Okay, fair. Screw the French. I can agree with that. Yeah. This here was the British European Airways livery, the first ever bus that I flew on. The first ever Airbus I flew on was the retro BA A319. I'll show you in a moment after this landing footage. It also just happened to be my first landing via 27 left. This here was a very nice flight. Not very turbulent at all. In terms, there you go. There you go. That's funny. There you go. The first ever Airbus I flew on was this guy. And then 2 days later I flew on an A380. Actually, it wasn't that A380. It was this one. It was this A380 that we flew on back to Dulles, which the landing was could have been better. Could have been worse, I think. Come on now. I'm gonna close a bunch of tabs, see if that helps. There we go. Maybe this will help out. I don't know why the internet's being slow. I don't know why Google's being slow. Then we had mushrooms growing in our front yard, which just made the front lawn the other day and had more mushrooms growing in it. I don't know why that's not working. Don't know. Yeah, don't know why that's not working. Figure out later. Damn it! If anyone has any work for me in Manchester, let me know. Let me know if anyone has any work for me in Manchester, because I'm still looking for an extra job in Manning. How long do we have to top descent? We're gonna go about, with roughly speaking, about an hour and 15 minutes to top descent. Alright, let's see if this is gonna work now. No. No, it's not working. Still, it's not working. Annoying. Google, what is up with you today? Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Now it's working. No, not really. If I didn't download it, I can. Yeah, why not? Download it onto the local system. Alright. Mind, this here was the best I could get this. We were in the upper level of the A380. Oh, come on. We were in the upper level of the A380. So keep that in mind. Economy seating. I feel like this one could have been better. There you go. Yeah, that one could have been a lot better. That A380 was like, if I had to do that whole trip again, I would have just flown back to Baltimore, because Baltimore's a bit of a nicer airport, in my opinion. I've never had a good experience with Dulles. Never. I mean, I know that Dulles is better for international flights, but I've still never had a good experience with Dulles. I feel like Baltimore's a smaller, bit of a nicer airport. It's about 15,000 times easier to get to. So. Alright. Let's see. Alright, what is the updated METAR for Biwi? Still no wind. Still saying running 1-5 right for arrival. Well, isn't it? It's 1-5 right then. Actually, hang on. Right. What do you mean invalid entry? I have a new ETA for Baltimore. Oh wait, no, don't. No, don't. Never mind. ETA for Baltimore is still 8:53 Zulu. So in an hour and a half. This has been a very, very fast flight so far. No denying that. No denying that this has been a very, very, very fast flight, in my opinion. You know, I want to do a step climb now to 3.8. Oh, wait, no. Shit, I can't do that yet. Damn. Our max is 3.79. Optimum 3.72. If I could go up to 3.70, I would. But because of direction of flight, I can't. It's not that big of a worry anyway. Not that big of a worry. We are approaching the USA. Unfortunately. The US of Doom. Screw the US. I will happily expose myself as a traitor to the US if it means that I can get the US to become Britain again. Right. Okay. I'm gonna make this turn early. Clear direct AJ. Make this turn early. Clear direct AJ. We are just about in US airspace. I don't know why it's not showing waypoints. Or there's too many of them. Oh, there are. That is the issue. That is simply the issue. There's too many of them. All right, there we go. Excuse me. Indigo halts London flights and returns jets. Oh, what happened? India's largest India's largest airline said on Friday it would discontinue its wide-body operations from October 25th and conclude its damp lease agreement with Norway's Norse Atlantic Airways on October 31st, scaling back a program launched last year to support its long-haul ambitions. Driven by geopolitical tensions, has increased costs and weighed the economic under. It provides the cabin crew, while the jet and the pilots are provided by the lessor. No. No. No, I think they're saying. I don't think they didn't pay their lease. I think they're saying that okay, we've weighed how much profit we can realistically make from this, and we've determined it's not profitable right now for us to go to Heathrow. I think that's what they're saying. As part of the move, Indigo's Mumbai to Amsterdam service will be operated with an Airbus A321 XLR aircraft, while flights from London Heathrow will be suspended until the carrier takes delivery of its A350 and 900 jets. Yeah. Yeah. I think I might agree with that. So. In separate agreement, North Atlantic said Indigo was going to redeliver all 6 aircraft, all 6 787-9 aircraft. So. Indigo said it remained committed to its long-term international growth strategy and would continue expanding its European network with A321 XLR aircraft while preparing for the introduction of A350 services. Yeah. Sad. Anyway, welcome to the USA. Welcome to the land of big trucks and. Let's see. Oh, I'll wait and. Oh. Yeah, we'll go up to 380. Once it says max of 381. Our optimum is 373. You know, we'll go up to 380 here soon, but I mean, I want us to get to our max of 381 first. Give us an extra 100 feet. I mean, and it will slow us down. So. Morning, Joanna. Welcome aboard this lovely 777-300 service to Baltimore. Go ahead and turn off waypoints. I think it'll be a 1-5 right arrival into Baltimore as of right now. Get updated meter in the next 20 or so minutes. Make a decision. Oh, we will see. We will see because New Sky decided not to give me much cargo. New Sky, that little bastard, decided to only give me 43 units of cargo. So we're in the yellow on that front today, but we will see how much money we make because it is a full flight passenger wise. 405 passengers. Oh come on! Why did you have to ruin my profit? Why do you have to ruin my profit? Speaking, what's my score looking like? You know, I'm approaching a type rating in the A350. Okay, it's just so nice to see the 777 numbers. Okay. It is nice to see the 777 numbers above 500 hours, even though if I had to count up all the time I spent in the triple, I'd probably be looking at an actual pilot rating on that alone. I wish FATSIM allowed you to see how much time you spent in each individual aircraft type. Because if you were to go down all the triples, or all the time I spent in the triple, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, it just works so damn well. So. When did I finish the UK Shuttle Award? I don't know. We're essentially on Baltimore to Heathrow, Heathrow to Baltimore's probably through the rest of the time, to be honest. I don't know if we're going to consider... I don't know if we're going to pick up the European detour. I don't know if we're going to ever finish that, unfortunately. Haven't decided on that one yet. Because it is a lot of work. I mean, it's a nice tour, but 20% more profit on the passengers. That'd be nice. That will be nice. John, if you guys want to make a tour, after I'm done with it, I will happily send you guys over the entirety of what I've called the long ass tour. I think it's 53 legs total, I think. Starts in Baltimore and ends at Heathrow. Doesn't really touch... I mean, it touches South America, it does a fair amount in South America, actually. Does a fair amount... Or barely touches Africa. Only one leg in Africa. Does quite a bit in Europe, does quite a bit... Or does some in the Middle East. Does some in... It does actually a fair amount in Asia and Oceania. Then it does a fair amount in Canada and the US. Once I'm done with the tour, if you guys want to go out and make it like an actual tour, you guys can. I'll give you guys the rights to it once I finish editing everything and whatnot. So far, on the footage for it, so far I have 11 episodes filmed, and I'm only about 60% the way done. This week, if I can, I'm going to try to get to be about 80% the way done. So, yeah, I will pass you all. I will pass everyone all the information once I've actually finished it up. So, go through all my favorites. Go through a few places that I've been wanting to go to, but I haven't really gotten a good chance. It's a nice one. So. Does some of the legs throughout Canada, which I've never really done. Yeah. Alright, top descent time 8:18 Zulu. That is 38 minutes to top descent. Estimating 8:53 Zulu. We're gonna try something different today. I have added a curve to my flaps settings, and so now I can actually do a flaps 25 landing in the 777, as is what they usually do in real life. In the 777, you can do flaps 30, 25, and 20. The 20 is really only used when it comes to engine failures, though you can do it in other situations. But primarily, pilots use flaps 25 for landing in this thing. So we've been stuck with doing flaps 30. We're going to try doing it with flaps 25 today. Alright, I'll go ahead and wait until the top of the hour for us to do a descent briefing. If anyone wants to fly paper planes with me, or sorry, not paper planes, proper tiny single propeller aircrafts, with me Sunday night, probably aim to do that Sunday night. Probably do it. Well, depends on UK weather, but probably do a bunch of VFR navigation stuff and some stalls. Hey, they're fun. They are fun to fly. They're a nice big thing around the south of the UK with the tracking VORs. I forgot to turn off the landing lights. Okay, they haven't been on the entire time. I wanted to see some from the mountain, see if I could see some extra stuff. To turn them on temporarily. Forgot to turn them back off. You guys just haven't tried it yet. You guys haven't tried it yet. It's different. It is different. It's different, but it's fun. Flying a complete visual flight rules. Having to get a zone transit. That's fun as well. I had my mock P1 exam on Wednesday. Said I did all right. Said VFR navigation was fine. The zone transit was fine. It was just the stalls that I sucked with. He said I could track a VOR fine. Said my circuit, said my landing was fine. So you only did 3 flights during that month of July. Damn. Damn, it's gotta have been brittle for you guys then. Damn, only 3 flights for the entire month of July. Damn. Hey, I'm moving up north, so don't come to complain with me for the weather. Yeah, I understand. You see, here in the U.S., the past, I don't know, 70 years or so, every house has been built with something known as air conditioning. You have a little unit on the outside and a little unit on the inside, and you run ducting everywhere, and it cools the air down for you. It conditions the air to be livable for humans. You guys can install that, you know. You have a nice massive fan outside. You have a nice little mini. Yeah, you have a little bit of an indoor unit that you chuck in your laundry room, and yeah. Yeah, I understand. I understand. This house was built to keep heat in as well. I joke about how we make houses out of paper, wooden air, but this one's actually made out of brick. Though a lot of others are made in base. Finding a house now that's made out of brick is rare, and it is difficult. We are 33 miles from Nantucket. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Hey, here in the US, we also have something known as basements, which massively help. Basements massively help out with the heat. Actually, every place I've been to here in the US has a basement. Now, part of that is just because where I live here in the U.S., which is Baltimore area, you have to physically dig down far enough. You have to dig down to what's known as the frost line. And here in Baltimore, it's quite deep. I don't know how deep it is off the top of my head, but at that point in time, if you're gonna if you have to dig down that deep anyway for your foundation, the idea is, okay, just build an extra room. Just build an extra floor at that point in time, because otherwise it's just wasted space. And you're not gonna if you don't build a basement, I mean, it's wasted space, and it's not like you're digging down an extra foot or so. Or sorry, it's not like you have to dig down like 3 feet to dig down an extra 6 feet for a basement. No, it's like you already have to dig down like that's 6 feet. Why not just make it 8 feet and boom. Or whatever. So or whatever the numbers are here in Baltimore. Second would be 45 degrees centigrade. Ouch. That is brutal. I cap out. I mean, my brain will shut down at around 33-ish. And 33 for me is like is when my brain stops working. Can't focus on anything at 33. 10 miles to Nantucket. Actually, no, 8 miles. Forgot that. Is if you go up, or when you read 0, depending on where your height is, you'll read something, or it'll be however far away you are. Whatever. All right, not important. All right. Yeah, I can understand. I can understand. Yeah, I don't care who you are. You cannot. No one can survive 45-degree heat. Don't care who you are. It's not. You can't. No one can survive it. Especially when you're not used to it. The people who live out there in Arizona or whoever or wherever, those guys might be able to handle it. Oh. At least for a few days, but I mean, still. 10 minutes and then we'll begin our top descent briefing. Yeah, from my understanding, you guys, and if it's reaching 45, I mean, it's not, you don't really have a choice at that point. I mean, you could try to put a fan in your face, but a fan will only do so much. And at a certain point in time, a fan's just doing nothing. Fan just does nothing after a certain point in time. Alright. Going to 19 foreign. Ouch. Baltimore CTAP is 19.4, right? Damn, I'm really questioning what my CTAP frequency is for the first time ever at Baltimore. I have to look it up. This is embarrassing. It is 19.4. You can get that easy on my frequency. This week, I have a number of videos that are coming out. The first of which is going to be a setup tour, which I'll probably film tomorrow night. Oh, damn. Oh, I don't know how you guys can handle spiders. I mean, I can't. I mean, I have a thing of whatever whenever I see one. I don't know how people think that spiders are cute. There you go. That's what I have on standby at all times. I have a few of these cans around the room. That's funny. I'll wait for this updated METAR report to come out, then we will go ahead and take a look at our descent briefing. Be about 7 minutes by the time I get it. But the current METAR expires in 1 minute. We should see Boston here soon. The bloody Boston airport. Again, I said this before and I'll say it again. The Boston is an absolute mess of an airport. They have like 15 different runways, but only like 5 different taxiways. It's an absolute mess. I have gotten yelled at on Vatson before because I've gotten lost at Boston. There's a reason I don't go to Boston anymore. Alright, yeah, well, the spiders in Australia, yeah, those you have to panic with. They can be massive. Alright, if you go any south of Baltimore, then you have these flying Juro spiders. So you probably don't want to come here either. Yeah, these jumping, flying, whatever Juro spider things. How the hell those came here in the US, I have no clue. But they do exist here in the US. If you go any south of DC, you'll have them. They have not come up to my area yet. And I hope that by the time I move, they will not have figured out a way to come up here. That's respectable. That is respectable. Especially with the current state of things. I mean, I live here and I don't want to live here, and I don't want to live here in the US anymore. I've lived here my entire life. Don't want to live here don't want to live here anymore. Which is kind of a sad state of things, but it's the way things are right now. And I mean, it's not just Trump, it's the whole... I mean, even if Biden was still in office, I'd still probably be looking at moving. Now, I might consider a different place here in the US. Maybe consider moving over to the East Coast or whatever. Sorry, over to the West Coast or whatever. But even if Biden or Harris or whomever was in office and it wasn't Trump, I'd still be looking at moving. Quite possibly not on the same time scale though. Speaking of, I'm waiting a response from potential landlord in a for a place in Salford, which is in kind of western Manchester. Well, I'm waiting a response. I filled out paperwork saying I was interested. And hopefully I'll. Now I wasn't able to call them. Clark was able to call them for me. But they, I think, are blocking out non-UK numbers for some reason. But I've been very clear with them so far that I'm coming in from the UK or from the US. And so far, the only indication that they've given to me is that they'll want an extra deposit of like 3 to 4 months of rent, which I'm happy to give them. Now it's a small place, 700 quid per month, but it could be in a slightly better area, but I mean, I'm okay with it at this point. I'm not a flight risk. Come on now. But I mean, I do understand what you'd be thinking of by flight risk. Once I'm like actually settled long term in the UK, there's a very good possibility I'll declare myself not an American, which will be a pain in the ass process to do. But there's a very real possibility I might do that. And of course, I have to be settled long term. I have to have I want to have like 20 grand in the bank. So. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. And I agree with that. But I mean, I'm willing to give them the money. I mean, I have the money in the bank. Now, how I'm going to give them that money is a different question. Is it a wire transfer? I've never done a wire transfer before. But yeah, I am happy to give them the money though. But at this point in time, I'm just looking for any place that'll do. There's a few small apartments that I'm looking at. Small little studio apartments that I'm looking at as well. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, I am trying to do something here that is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. I'm moving to a country which I'm trying to move to a country with minimum wage skills. That is not exactly known for a good cost of living right now. At the same time of not actively being enrolled in any long-term education. At the same time of it being like 4,000 miles away, so. I have not told them that I have the British passport. I have not told them that yet. Though I will disclose it at a later point in time. I have not told them that yet, though, that I have it. Not gotten to that stage of filled out paperwork that says, "Why are you moving? Change of lifestyle. How much money did you make last year, or whatever." So, yeah, I know. I know. How much money did you make last year? $21,000 US. He'll be living here. Just me. Just myself. Do you have any pets? kind of. My dog's going to stay here for the time being, though I would like to bring him over at some point. Being brutally honest on all the paperwork. Do you have a job lined up? Yes, I do. Kind of. A shitty job. A shitty job at that. If I have the paperwork, then if I don't have the paperwork, then yes, he will. If I have the paperwork all in order, then good chance I can avoid it. It's a question on the paperwork, though. Yeah, I know. By the way, he's not coming with me immediately. It'll be like 6 months before he can come over. So. It'll be at least 6 months before I'll bring him over. So. Yeah, I know you guys are. I know you guys are. Aren't you guys like one of the first completely 100% rabies-free nations in the world? No update the ones. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, we don't have rabies at all. So, I mean, he's up to date on all of his vaccinations and everything. So, as long as I guess I can prove that. As long as I can get all the paperwork in order, bring him over. Shouldn't be that big of an issue. Now it's a matter of my financial stability. That's the bigger question. Alright. True. Alright, so we're expecting runway 15 right into Baltimore, which I don't know if I've ever landed one via 15 right. I don't know if I've ever landed via runway 15 right. This could be interesting. I've taken off 15 right about 15,000 times, but usually when it comes to Baltimore, usually if they are landing from this direction, it'll be runway 10. But because this whole runway is closed right now, due to maintenance going on this end, this could be interesting. Either way, it's an ILS approach. Trish Fort Nookie. Let's see. So go down to 12,000 level Troy's, then at above 9,000 free, then below 9,000 Trish, and then high up 5,000, and then go down to probably go radar vectors from high up actually. Direct it to Con at 3,000. Follow the ILS down. Seems simple enough. In case of the missed approach, which I heard that they don't actually ever say follow the standard missed approach. In case of missed approach, climb to 2,500 feet. Direct to Jans. Then and hold, which means we will ignore the standard missed approach, means we'll just fly the circuit around. What is the circuit height? Is that said anywhere? Not worried. Not worried about circuit height actually. So go 2,500 feet or 3,000 or whatever. I decided probably climb to 5,000 initially, then descend back down. Don't be too low. That makes us stupidly fuel inefficient. And in case of diversion for today, we'll probably divert to Dulles today, I think. would make reasonable sense. Though I don't anticipate there being any potential diversions. Baltimore is one of those airports that if you need to divert, you want a lot of fuel. And the reason why is because usually any weather that affects us, usually by the time you get to Kennedy, it will affect Kennedy. And Dulles is usually affected by the same stuff. So, if you actually need to divert from Baltimore, your best option might quite literally be down to Charlotte or up to Boston. So Baltimore is an airport that you want to be landing with plenty of fuel in. So anyway, in case of diversion for today, which I don't anticipate it, we will just go to Dulles. Or, I mean, we could also go to Kennedy. Kennedy's another option. No, try Dulles first, yes. Alright, 80 miles to top descent. Yeah, I don't fully understand why that is. I mean, surely it wouldn't be that hard. Surely it would not be that difficult to add a variable in to every flight that says, okay, this aircraft landed with this amount of fuel. So when the next person goes to use this aircraft, okay, then give this discount on the fuel. So, but it knows how much. Yeah. Well, I'd expect it to know how much it burnt. I'd be annoyed if it didn't, but. Wait for the load. Yeah, tank rings. Yeah, that's kind of a shame. Gonna get a quick view of JFK before we, or of New York City before we begin our descent. There it is. There's New York City, right there. Behind this strut, should be seeing. Yeah, there you go. New York City. Yeah, I know. It's a shame. You should see Newark up here approaching. And yeah, Newark should be right there actually, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Teterboro should be down there somewhere. Okay, well, I have auto FPS running, so maybe audio FPS is a factor here. JFK should be over there somewhere. I always forget where Kennedy is. I'm always forgetting where JFK is. I mean, I understand that's over here, but it's like right here, or I actually think it is right. I don't know. All I know is that we are in a lovely, stunning 777-300. We have 40 miles of top descent. Right, let's go ahead and quickly set our baro. Oh, come on. You know it's good. You know it's good. You know it makes a lot of money. You know it works well. You know it's a good aircraft. You know it's essentially a bus in disguise. There's nothing wrong with my lovely 777. And we all know that. Right, 388 on the baro. Three eight eight. And then the current Baltimore altimeter is altimeter 2995. All right, there you go. $35 miles to top descent. That gives me 15 miles. Right, that gives me 20 miles top descent because the VNAV in this thing is not about as good as the Phoenix. Okay, it's not as good as it's better than the Phoenix, but it's still not exactly great. You have to yoink on the speed brake quite a bit. It's accurate compared to the Phoenix, but it doesn't necessarily behave the way it should. You have to micromanage it with the speed brake quite a bit. The Phoenix, if you don't, the Phoenix will just plummet out the sky. So, right. Well, first off, we're at 360 or not. We'll go down to flight level. Oh, let's go down to level 160 initially. So, yeah, we'll go down to 160 initially. Descent in 2 minutes. This flight has actually gone very, very quickly. Especially for this direction. And so it has only taken it has only taken about 7 hours. Usually this is like an 8-hour flight. Depending on the winds, it can take 9 hours. Welcome back, Fry. Just in time for top descent. Now, Fry, this is the proper way to descend in the triple. All right, pull heading, or say pull vertical speed in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy beginning descent now, flight level altitude 16,000 feet. Initially expecting Trish 4, no view transition, runway 15 right into Baltimore traffic. Go Mach decimal 86. Keep our speed up during this descent. Should see Philadelphia here soon. And if I'm not mistaken, right here are the Pocono Mountains, if I'm not mistaken. Are coming up here soon. No, the Pocono Mountains are a little farther in the direction. I've been into the Pocono Mountains a few times. They're what separates Pennsylvania and Delaware. Rhode Island's the smallest U.S. state, right? Right behind that is Delaware, I think. At least if I'm not too mistaken, I think that's the way that is. Tell you what, clear direct. Okay. Down to 12. Just part of Zurich in the art in the CJ4. I don't know what the CJ4 is. I'm not gonna lie. If you're talking about the CRJ 400, then okay, I know what that is, but. Small Cessna private jet. Nice. Speed 320 now. Yeah, and this integration for the FCE that I've made is actually not bad. I just have a few things. I have a few small things I have to finish up on it. But then after that, it will be. I will actually go ahead and publish my custom MobiFlight profile to whatchamacallit, and everyone can use it. And then Wind Control can stop making money off everyone. Following the follow the Airbus philosophy on this front. The only hiccups so far are the Mach. It won't show you the Mach speed. It'll show you it'll show you IAS. It won't show you in Mach. And I have a few other bugs I have to deal with. And I have not done the FCU yet, or sorry, the EFIS yet. But I will do the EFIS here soon, I think. I'll finish up the whole MobiFlight profile at some point. At some point before I move, I promise. Where's Grumpy been at? He's been awfully quiet this morning. I see London Northwest Control is online. Gatwick Delivery is online. Heathrow Ground is online. Bristol Approach is online. Yeah, the UK is actually like really being lit up today. Edinburgh Tower's online. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. Still, it's been a bit quiet for today. At least a bit more quiet than what I'm used to. Alright. I should have done this beforehand, but get the descent checklist. Let's quickly recall. Checked. No notes. In terms of the auto brake, let's see. In terms of our performance, our landing performance, this plus 5 tons because I never updated it in Simbury. Oh, it's recommending. Okay, are we going flaps 30 then? We are. Shit. Shit. If we go 25, we have to go max auto brake. If we go 30, then it's auto brake 4. Shit. Whatever. Damn it. I'm sorry, I don't quite want to do max auto brake in this thing. If I can avoid it. Final approach speed will be 146 knots. I can agree with that. Bounce past transition altitude, which here in the US, it is always, no matter where you go here in the US, it is always full 180. I actually really like that they standardized all that here in the US. Makes it easy for everyone. Anyway, in terms of our descent, we did that. VREF, we have 142. Minimum's 338. And then approach briefing, we said we would get radar vectors from the approach down to 3,000. Descent checklist complete. Do our approach checklist in a moment. Approach checklist complete. Altimeter is checked. I wish we could add. I do wish that in the triple we could add stuff to this, like oh, I don't know, like an actual, like a 10,000 foot checklist or whatever. At least that's what I wish we could do. Because, I mean, passing 10,000 feet, landing lights on. Right there, right then, right? And then not only that, but let's say you have like a virtual airline, right? Then okay, we could make actual like virtual airline standard operating procedures, right? Be like, okay, it's company procedure, landing lights on at 10,000 feet. So all good, all good. Maintain good speed until we pass Troy's. Yeah, Joanna, you are the CFO now, so. Just wait until I convince you guys to give me a role. A fleet management role. All aircrafts get all aircrafts will be sold off. It'll buy 50,000 triples and A319s and A321s, and that'll be in the entire fleet. Okay, and maybe a few A340s in there. Yeah, Joanna, I think you might like the Anybuild's A340. David doesn't like it, but when you compare it to the Tullis Airsoft one, it's not bad. And I'm pretty convinced that it hand flies the way it should. I know David isn't, but I tend to really like it. And that goes for you as well. For I think that you like the I think that you would like the Anybuild's A340 300. Alright, down to an altitude of 9,000 feet now. No, you can, I think it's 2020 compatible. I think it's 20. I'm like 95% certain it's not. Oh. Bummer. You sure? I could have sworn that Anybuild says all their aircrafts for both 2024 and 2020. Oh, damn. I was wrong about that. Damn. Alright, now go ahead and quickly level off whilst we descend, or sorry, whilst we reduce our speed to 250. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me anymore. Oh, really? So like the TriStar, that's not even 2020. That's not even 2020 anymore. Damn. I mean, I can understand why they'd want to switch away from 2020. I can understand it. I didn't realize that anybody had like completely switched away from 2020 though. See, that is the proper way to manage your descent in a triple. Level off before you pass 10,000, maintain speed 320 until 10,000, then level off, reduce to 250. And then you're good. Yeah. All right. Descend now out to an altitude of 5,000 feet. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22, Bravo descending at altitude of 5,000 feet. Expecting ILS approach runway 15 right into Baltimore traffic. Go ahead and temporarily reduce that. Do we have a speed restriction at Hyatt? We do. Speed at 210. If we get down to 5,000, then we will go to speed 210, yeah? Just try to keep our speed up all the way down. Be passing Martin State Airport in a few minutes. Yeah, I still need to properly explore that. It seemed okay-ish when I used it the other night. When I took off with it, not knowing how to fly it. I'm gonna do my opinion on that in a video. So, yeah, I know. Both you and Grumpy said that. Yeah, it's a mixture of Boeing, Airbus, and Bombardier. Or, I think that's the way you pronounce it. I don't know. There's Martin State Airport. If we wanted to, we could land at Martin State. Yeah, actually, for the A220, I might actually give it a good 2 weeks, actually. I mean, it seems nice, but I don't know how to fly it. I might wait a few weeks on it before I actually. Yeah, I heard that. I heard it. I heard that. I mean, yeah. I also heard that they're gonna that what you're paying for is only for the 300 variant. I heard they're gonna have like an expansion pack later for the 100 variant, even though they kind of showed the thing landing in London City in the trailer video, so kind of misleading on that front. And London City does not take the 300 variant. But I heard the same. I'll give it a few weeks before I use it again, though. But I am genuinely curious in it. I do genuinely want to learn it. Alright, speed 210 now. And, of course, what did I say about landing lights? Keep those on. I know. I know. It's only a month. It's only a month and 2 weeks. It's just under 6 weeks now. Sure, just under 7 weeks. 6 or 7 weeks. I think calculated it out to be about 5 weeks now. I don't know. That's why we haven't done that many streams now, or streams recently. All right, we need to take it down to 3,000 feet now, and let's go speed 190. Go for set of flaps. Turn on a heading of 210. Cleared for the approach. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy. Turning now, heading 210 degrees intercept the Isles approach. Runway 15 right, like Leisure. Switching CTAF now, 19.4. Final call on Unicom, Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, on a heading of 210, 3 miles to establish on the ILS runway 15 right. Localizer was established, descend, climb, slope, speed 190 knots until established. Baltimore traffic. I can tell you right now, Friday, FS Labs 321 Neo's not worth it. Both Crumpy and I have the same opinion on it. It's so heavily GSX integrated. It's really annoying. And then on the ground it feels like an absolute mess. It is the FS Labs A321 Neo is not worth it.
2500.
Noted. Go more flaps now. Go speed 180. Yeah, I still think you'll struggle with it. Even if you're a heavy GSX user, it's still not great. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, 9 miles, runway 15 right. Reducing now, speed 160 knots maintained until 40 me. Baltimore. Gear down. Field in sight. Transporters armed. Once the gear is locked, then we'll go flaps 30. Gear down and locked. Flaps 30 now. I'm banned from Palma. Ask David why. You can ask David why I'm banned from Palma. I'll give you a hint. I left a massive 600 feet per minute crater on their runway in the A340. Final approach speed 147 knots. Lights are on. Reducing out final approach speed. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy 3 miles now, runway 15 right. Final call prior to landing, Baltimore traffic. No, it was not. Okay, it was a stable approach. It's just a massive underflare. It was a stable approach. It was not a Gatwick 0.5. Yeah, it was in the A340 600. All right, let's focus on landing.
Approaching 15 right.
Thank you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. We don't have that much runway in this thing, so any sign of flip is an immediate go around.
300.
Noted.
Approaching minimum.
Continue.
200. Minimum.
Continue. Then those lights are tall.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Perfect. Slightly off center line, but that's fine. Can't wait for the mess of the taxi, though. Alice is slightly off.
900 meters remaining.
Just let the reversers So it's here. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, now clear of runway 15 right. Taxiing via Delta to cross runway 28. Baltimore. Oh, and I'm expecting that to be a news going 9 point.
Approaching 28.
Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, crossing now runway 28, and continuing Papa and Bravo to stand Echo 1. Baltimore traffic. Right, go ground spoilers away. Get APU on. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, now clear for all runways. Baltimore. Get landing lights off. Let's go ahead and tell GSX to stand. BA. Uh-oh. This happened to me the other day. This happened to me the other day with GSX as well. Caused a massive sim stutter. Alright, the most challenging part about the 777 is parking the damn thing. Is it? Yeah, I can understand it from that standpoint. Still. GSX does need to fix it. Because it did not used to do that for me. And we can turn off lights off as well. .445. Oh, so we absolutely crushed our ETA by maintaining high speed. Nice. Yeah, we absolutely crushed our ETA by like 10 minutes. Which, yeah, I'm very happy with meeting our ETA by 10 minutes. Alright, to continue via Juliet, it's not actually Alpha Alpha. Latin VFR scenery has not been updated in over a year. So I cannot actually recommend Latin VFR Baltimore as it stands now. I mean, it's better than nothing, but at the price, I mean, I'd pay $2 for the scenery. I would pay no more than about $2 for the Latin VFR scenery. Alright. This here is the biggest challenge of all. Morning, Max. And we didn't come over by enough. I can still tell that we're askew. I can still tell. Almost. Parking brake set, AP is running. Engine's off. Parking brake is set. Go, fuel pumps off now. Hydraulic panel off. Weather radar off. Alright. Let's go. Beacons, taxi lights, strobe lights off now. Alright, what's the damage, New Sky? 9. Damn, it really punished me hard for that landing. It really punished me hard for that landing. 9.40. Damn, that's. But okay, damn, that's a lot of money. Damn, that's a lot of money. That is a lot. Was not expecting 250 grand. I was expecting maybe 200 grand. Was not expecting 250 though. Now that's a lot. Alright. We gotta get more people doing long hauls across the ponds then. Mac, you wanna sign up for across the pond? Because that is a lot. I know. Yes, I do trust I do trust our CFO. Yeah, no, that is a lot more than I expected it to be. Yep. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. This has been a very, very quick flight. At least as far as Heathrow to Baltimore are concerned, it feels very, very fast. But anyway, I'm going to go off to bed. I do have a shift a little later that I have to wake up on time for. So, but anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. If anyone wants to join me tonight, I'll be flying from Sydney. Sorry, from Brisbane to Sydney, then Sydney to Auckland, then Auckland to, or sorry, Brisbane to Sydney, Sydney to Queenstown, and then Queenstown to Auckland. If anyone wants to join me tonight, it will not be a streamed flight; it'll be recorded. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast, and I'll see you all in the next one. So long.